Ba-ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum! We are live on day one of the 2022 NFL Draft. This is the Sports Crunch with D-Crom annual round one NFL Draft live stream. I am your host, David Cromwell, and I am joined today by my right-hand man, Hal Bent of Full Press Coverage at BostonSportPage.com, and the coach, Andrew Weidman. How you guys doing tonight? Ready for what might be one of the wildest first rounds we're ever going to see?
Without a doubt. It's a great night and a great night for football again in April. So let's get rolling.
Definitely ready for sure. This is, as I was mentioning to you right before we started, this is probably was one of the hardest ones to mock. So I want to see what happens in this one more so than I think the last couple.
Oh, absolutely. And as Adam Schefter tweeted this morning, a veteran front office executive told him, and I quote, "This is the craziest draft I've seen in 30 years." And he probably represents the majority of NFL decision makers, because this is what I like to call the ice cream draft, meaning there is no consensus at almost any position as to who the best prospect is. It's all about certain flavors. That's why this could be the worst year ever for mock drafts. We could see maybe not shockers, but a lot of surprises, and several names have been floated as potential first-round surprises, and we'll get to that down the line. And although we kind of have an idea of what the Jaguars are going to do at 1, what the Lions are going to do at 2 actually remains a mystery, because all signs point to Trayvon Walker being the pick at 1 for the Jaguars. Then we will get to Trayvon Walker when the Jaguars are put on the clock in about a half hour or so. But when it comes to the Lions, the conventional wisdom suggests that Aiden Hutchinson will be the pick if Trayvon Walker is the pick for the Jaguars at 1, and I do still believe that. But as Benjamin Albright, a world-class NFL insider from KOA Radio in Denver, he said today that people around the league he's spoken to these past 3 days are dead split as to who the Lions are going to take it to, whether that be Aiden Hutchinson or Kayvon Thibodeaux. There has been a lot of buzz that suggests they love Kayvon Thibodeaux, and they have some connections to him, not just sending Brad Holmes and his compadre scouts to the pro day, but they drafted his teammate last year, Penei Sewell, and they probably talked a lot about him to Penei Sewell, and Penei Sewell might have given them a glowing review about him because he practiced against him for several years. So, but Aiden Hutchinson, he is just the typical Dan Campbell player. Michigan born, Michigan bred, and when he dies, he'll be Michigan dead. But he's not going to die for a long time, hopefully. But he is just that bite your kneecaps culture guy that fits the team well. So I would still be surprised if Thibodeaux is actually the pick at 2. But based on what Benjamin Albright reported and what some local Lions beat reporters have been reporting these past 72 hours, I wouldn't necessarily be shocked. What about you?
I've heard more rumblings about Hutchinson being that Dan Campbell type of guy, like the ankle biter guy. That's Dan Campbell last year was, his whole mantra was taking ankles and, all that other stuff. And just living in close proximity to Michigan, I've seen a lot of their games. I've been to a couple games, and he comes down the line hard, and he's given that 100% effort. And there have been questions about Thibodeau's efforts at times. And so I think Hutchinson's a home run pick there.
What about you, Hal?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's mocked Hutchinson. If he's not number 1 to Jacksonville, there's no way that they're going to pass. The Lions can pass on him. He's, like you said, he's Mr. Michigan right now, born and raised up through college and school there. It just seems like such a slam dunk, and he is a safe pick as well. And that's something for, the Lions to consider as well. Is, when you're drafting high, you really need that, the top 5, you've got to hit if you're in that top 5, and they can't take that risk of, swinging and missing that high in the draft. It's happened to them before. We've seen it with the Lions, missing on those high picks. It's over and over. I mean, just what was it, 2 years ago? Jeff Okudah. They've haven't been able to get him on the field, and
Absolutely.
number 3 overall pick. So you've got to have a safe pick, and if you're going to sell the culture, you've got to back up the talk. For the Lions to talk that culture and then not put their money where their mouth is in the draft, they just look like fools and they lose all credibility.
Oh, I absolutely agree. And let's not forget, the Lions had a very, very good rookie class last year with obviously Penei Sewell. Ali McNeil looks like a steal in round 3. Onwuzurike, who they picked in round 2, is still a bit raw, but he's got a lot of promise. They also got Amon-Ra St. Brown, who was one of my personal favorite rookie wide receivers last year. He's a very underrated weapon for them and will continue to be for several years down the road. And Derek Bailey, I think, linebacker out of Purdue, or Derek Barnes.
Derek Barnes,
Derek Barnes, yes. Yeah, that was an amazing first-year rookie class by Brad Holmes. He has to keep the momentum up. He has to not swing for the fences with Thibodeau, who has some concern. Hutchinson, you just know you're getting a super high floor player with Aiden Hutchinson. Just hit a single and get on base.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, we are simpatico there, and I will sound the first simpatico.
Yeah.
Andrew, that is what we sound on our podcasts during the regular season when Hal and I are in agreement about.
Yeah, and we weren't at all on Tuesday when we did the pre-draft show. I didn't hear a single one, so we had a little too much fun on Tuesday, I think.
Oh, yeah. And Matt Miller, currently with ESPN, formerly of Bleacher Report, a very underrated draft analyst. He was told by NFL decision maker today that he thinks picks 1 and 2 will go as most of the league expects, which is Trayvon Walker to the Jags, Aiden Hutchinson to the Lions, and then at 3, all hell is going to break loose. Nick Caserio, like Bill Belichick did in New England, Nick Caserio is mimicking that strategy by putting whatever it is on the lips of people in that Texans front office. He has allowed very little to leak about the Texans draft plans, and it's been all over the map. But as was reported by Adam Schefter today, the Texans are eyeing a trade up from 13 back into the top 10. They're going to keep that pick at 3, but they actually want to potentially move up from 13 if a certain player falls to the right spot. And Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated added to that report, saying that several teams around the league believe that Nick Caserio could be eyeing whoever the top offensive tackle is on the Texans board at 3, whether that be Ike Ekwonu or Evan Neal, can't go wrong with either, and trade back up from 13 into the top 10 to get Derek Stingley if he falls, because there's been buzz that the Texans are highly considering Stingley with the 3rd overall pick. But I personally think the strategy of taking the best tackle to protect Davis Mills long-term at 3, because you have to give Davis Mills the best possible chance to succeed, and trading up for Stingley if he falls, that makes a lot more sense than taking Stingley at 3, in my opinion. What do you think, guys?
I personally think that when you look at all the offensive line prospects that we have, there's quite a bit, up at the top. You have Charles Cross, you have Ekwonu, you have Evan Neal. I honestly think with the way that this first round is shaking out, that you really don't need to trade up to get that lineman. I mean, if you're really sold on a lineman, you take him at 3.
That's what I said. Take the lineman at 3 and then trade up for Stingley if he falls.
And see, the thing is like either one of those, like the thing with this draft, the only thing that's like, I look at the top guys at certain positions, okay? Like your edge rushers, you have 3 top guys, and then there's a pretty steep drop-off. You can maybe throw Jermaine Johnson up there. But when you look at corners, you have Stingley, you have Gardner, and then honestly, Andrew Booth is still a great prospect, and he will 100% be there at 13. I just think that the Texans, they need to hit on this, and I guess, I mean, hey, if you're sure that you have that guy that you want to trade up to, as long as you're not giving up a lot. The thing is like if they have to move up and they have to get rid of another first-round pick, you can't do that. If you're the Texans, you need as many picks as you can. So
I don't think they'd be giving up an extra first because of the lack of star power in this draft. The cost to trade up is going to be lower than in the typical draft.
I could see that. It's just, to me, I think there's so much talent in this draft at the positions that they need. I would just personally say stay put, get your guy, save your draft picks, because even in the middle rounds, there's still guys that I think are going to fall to those middle rounds that are going to be really solid contributors. And it's not like the Texans are in a win now mode. They're definitely much in a rebuild. And then even next year, the crop of talent that's coming next year is going to be even greater.
Yeah, they're going to have 2 first-round picks next year and in 2024 as well. So this is only the beginning of Nick Casario's rebuilding project in Houston. What do you think, Hal? Do you think it's wise for the Texans to take the best tackle on their board at 3 and either try to trade up for Stingley? And let me add another name they've been heavily linked to: Ohio State wide receiver Garrett Wilson. If he could, I wouldn't be surprised if he's their target as well. Because if they're really as high on Davis Mills as they say they are, and I think the film gives them reason to be, surround him with protection and another playmaker, because Laramie Tunsil and Brandon Cooks aren't going to be on the Texans for that much longer.
No, I agree completely, David. You know me, I'm on Team Ickey. So, if Ickey's at 3, they've got to grab him. I mean, that's the top offensive lineman in the draft as far as I'm concerned. So I'm all in on Ickey. He shouldn't get to them at 3, but if he does, they've got to pounce. And then as far as trading up, I'm with you. I think they're looking for an offensive weapon, an impact player at wide receiver. I rate Garrett Wilson at the top of my list. I could see Jamison Williams as well if he's available there. I really wonder about Stingley and the Texans talk, only because when you think of that Lovie Smith defense and they're in that cover 2, they're not investing heavily in cornerbacks there. I think Lovie's going to be looking for, if he can get an impact pass rusher to help out on that defense more than he would be looking for a top of the line cornerback. And especially with the depth in this group, like we talked about on Tuesday as well. I mean, you look at, the first 3 rounds of the draft and you could see, easily, 15 cornerbacks going in the first 3 rounds. So there's plenty of depth later at the cornerback position. I don't think they have to pay a premium for it. But for an impact wide receiver, I could see them making that move, or even more likely a pass rusher.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they do add that pass rusher, because but Lovie Smith has been adamant about getting a potential star corner. So I'm not going to be shocked if Sauce Gardner is the pick at 3. Plus, if Sauce Gardner does not go at 3, the Texans, the chatter has only increased that the Jets are going to take him at 4. And Sauce Gardner, I think, is worth the value at either one of those spots, because not only his skills on the field and his tape, he is a glue guy. He is another culture guy that you want to let your team know that this is the guy who we want you to follow by example. What do you think?
Oh, I absolutely love Sauce Gardner. I think he's a phenomenal player. I watched him, quite a bit. I watched him especially when he played against Notre Dame. Not this past year, well, both years. And he just was all over the field, wasn't allowing a catch. They dropped him back into zone. They let him man press. He is literally the entire package. And I think Stingley's a great prospect as well. I like Gardner a little bit better, but I also like Gardner's fit in that Robert Saleh defense. And I think it's crazy because a lot of times, safeties and corners definitely lose positional value in the draft, but both of those guys should be going in the top 5.
Yeah. And the NFL, we're going to talk football in a minute, but the NFL is rightfully having a tribute to the brave, inspiring people of Ukraine in the festivities before Roger Goodell comes out to put the Jaguars on the clock, and rightfully so. As much as we love celebrating the NFL and the NFL draft every year, we have to understand perspective. And the perspective is that what we're celebrating tonight is absolutely trivial compared to what those people in Ukraine are going through. The worst unlawful invasion by a hostile foreign power on land that isn't theirs since the Nazis invaded Poland in 1939 has just happened, and it's 2 months old. The totalitarian dictator of Russia is hell bent on recreating the former Soviet Union, former Russian Empire, and the brave people of Ukraine are fighting back. They have the courage of a lion, and they have just been so inspiring. And that is why I have posted a link to a fundraiser that lasts through tomorrow night to help orphan children in Ukraine. You can see it in the feed right here. So click and make whatever contribution you can make. No contribution is too small. And let me repeat, no contribution is too small. We are almost at our minimum goal of $500, but let's try to blow that out the water and raise a lot more than $500 to help children in Ukraine. So as I say at the end of every episode these days, Slava Ukraini, glory to Ukraine.
Amen. Amen.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. All right. Now back to football now. But whatever you're doing, folks, as I say, please keep our brothers and sisters in Ukraine in your thoughts and prayers. And I'm glad the NFL is leading off the pre-draft festivities tonight with the Ukrainian national anthem and an attempt to raise money for Ukraine. It's a very, very nice gesture there by the National Football League. And several teams have already donated money. The NFLPA's head medical officer was just in Ukraine treating victims of Russian aggression. It's so the NFL is backing up their talk with action. I really like to see that. And but back to the draft. We mentioned Sauce Gardner for the Jets at 4, but as Benjamin Albright said yesterday, a player the Jets love, and I mean love, is Florida State defensive end Jermaine Johnson. And there is a possibility he could go at 4 overall. So if you're the Jets and you are choosing between Sauce or Jermaine Johnson at 4, who do you take, especially if you have intel that suggests that neither are going to be there at 10?
Well, I mean, I think the first thing you have to do, you have to look at your positional depth that you have right now and what is your most pressing need. And when you look at their depth along the defensive, as far as edge rushers go, they do have Carl Lawson. They have John Franklin Myers, who towards the end of the year actually showed flashes of looking like really good. But I mean, when you look at their corners that they currently have, it's really nothing to write home about. You got Michael Carter II, your 5th round draft pick from last year, and then you got Bryce Hall, and then you have DJ Reed, who has not really performed the best. And I think when you look at that, I think you really need to draft your corner right there. I think you need it more than you do an edge rusher. And your AFC East quarterbacks, not really the greatest crop that you have right now. So as far as, especially in the offense, the opposing offensive lines in the AFC East really aren't the greatest. And I think you need more corners to contain, especially when you got Josh Allen throwing out there. So I would say you go corner. But again, I don't really think that it's going to hurt you to swing the other way either.
Hal, on our pre-draft live stream on Tuesday, you said that the Jets should be able to wait until 10 for Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah, I think so. He's the 4th on the edge rusher. I think we're going to see the offensive linemen coming off the board early and often in these first 10 picks as well. They're safe. They're so strong up at that top with the offensive line position. I think the Jets can wait till 10 to get the edge rusher. Definitely. I would not be surprised if the Jets are making a splash at wide receiver at 4. If they were smart, I think they would take the offensive tackle, but I think they've got the dazzling lights in their eyes looking at Miami grabbing Tyreek Hill and Buffalo re-upping Stephon Diggs, that they feel like they've got to keep up with the Joneses in the AFC East. So I would not be surprised at all to see the Jets going and grabbing Garrett Wilson at number 4, and then hoping that Johnson drops to them at number 10. And if not, I mean, remember, they've got a lot of picks as well, and they've got the ammo if they start to panic, and they've got Johnson in their crosshairs. They could be a target for moving back up from 10 into the single digits.
And speaking of trades, let's go over a lot of trade possibilities, because one of the first things I'm interested in tonight is just how many trades happened. Peter King suggested weeks ago that that on draft day itself, today, tomorrow, and Saturday, the trade market could almost be as robust as the historic trade market we just witnessed in March, with all those star players changing teams: Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson, Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, Khalil Mack, on and on and on and on and on. The possibility is just very real, especially given the record disparity amongst boards across the league. Like a team like the Saints could see a player ranked in the top 15 on their board available to them at the 49th overall pick tomorrow night.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a very overwhelming amount of trades. I think one team to look out for with that, and it may sound a little weird, but I really think the Seahawks are going to trade back from that 9th spot.
John Schneider, yeah.
Because when you look at what they need, it's pretty much everything. But obviously, their biggest glaring need is quarterback. In my opinion, there's not really a quarterback worth taking with that 9th pick. I could see Malik Willis if they stay put. That if they stay put, I think that's when we're going to see the quarterback start flying off the board. But I think you trade back. You get yourself a first round. Obviously, your first round pick this year, depending on how far you're trading back into, you could trade back to, the mid-20s if you really need to, because you can get anything you need in this draft, because anything for that team is going to be an upgrade. So I definitely look for the Seahawks to trade back.
Yeah, although the Seahawks do have a need at quarterback, I think one of the main reasons why Russell Wilson wanted out, that roster is a mess right now. They need everything. But that said, as loaded as they are on picks these next couple of years, I don't think it would hurt to add even more, Hal. What do you think?
No, not at all. I mean, for Seattle, this is a great year to be loading up on those picks, moving down and accumulating those extra picks. Like we had talked earlier, David. I don't remember if it was during the live stream or before it, but we were talking about, Denver and the opportunity that they have with those middle round picks. And there's just so much talent squeezed into the middle of this draft that the more shots that you have in these middle rounds, this lines up like one of those drafts that we look at and we go, geez, how did Devontae Adams end up in the 2nd round? How did, Green Bay get him there? How did these guys drop down into these, to day 2 and day 3? And it's just the depth. And, and again, it's always the evaluation. We've got so much on the medicals on the players nowadays. We've got so much information with the tape analysis, all of that information on the college game, but it's still a huge projection. And once you get past the measurables and you start trying to figure out how they fit into your system, the college game is so different from the pro game at this time that it's very hard to evaluate some of these, defensive players in the secondary, for example, where the NFL plays up the middle with the regulation hash marks that they have. Those wider hash marks in college, most people aren't thinking about that, but defenses can't, they have to overcommit to that wide side. So that limits the cornerback and safety's disguises. You don't know what they can do. And the same with the quarterbacks. It covers up some deficiencies, so it's harder to project them. So those middle rounds, you find some guys that fit, and you have a bonanza.
You most certainly do. And about 40 or so minutes ago, Albert Breer just dropped this nugget in a last-minute column of his. Teams picking 6 through 11, the Panthers, the Giants, the Falcons, the Seahawks, the Jets, and the Commanders are exploring trading down should the board fall a certain way. And teams will likely be targeting one of the corners, like we mentioned Derek Stingley, edge rushers. If Kayvon Thibodeau, if Howie Roseman loves Kayvon Thibodeau, I could definitely see him trying to trade up into the top 10 for him, and potentially wide receivers. And one of those teams that I think is the best candidate to trade down is the Carolina Panthers, because right now, after they pick 6 overall, they do not pick again until like 143 or something. That is how long they wait. They are going to want additional picks. And Benjamin Albright today suggested that he would not be surprised if they trade down with their division rival, the New Orleans Saints, coming up, because the Saints, one of the main reasons why they wanted an extra pick is because they want to replace Teron Armstead at left tackle. And yeah, the Panthers might want to tackle, and they might stay put and keep that pick, especially if Charles Cross is on the board. At least that's what Benjamin Albright said. But if Evan Neal is on the board and the Panthers are not in love with Evan Neal, I could easily see the Panthers being willing to move back with the Saints.
Yeah, I mean, the Saints at this point are pretty much honestly, I'm going to say that they're in a rebuild, but, you still have your veteran pieces. You still got Michael Thomas. You still got, at this point, I'm assuming they're going to trust Jameis Winston to lead them. You still got Alvin Kamara, but, they're definitely in a rebuild. You're in your first year, new head coach. I could see them trading up, but then again, at the same time, knowing that they need quite a bit of pieces, I could see them not wanting to give up extra picks and also not helping out your division rival, unless you're getting a pretty good deal. But moving back to move up, 14 spots, that's gonna cost you quite a bit. So I could see it depending on, I don't know how Dennis Allen's thinking right here. He's a defensive guy. Maybe he's got defense on his mind, but, their offensive line needs help, especially with Jameis. You don't want Jameis getting hurt again, because there's not much behind Jameis to really help out there, and you're going to be stuck in the same boat again.
What do you think, Hal, about a potential trade between the Panthers and the Saints? We saw a divisional trade last year with the Cowboys and Eagles. Trading up a couple spots to get Devontae Smith. Cowboys wound up with Micah Parsons. We could see that again this year.
Definitely. I mean, I think the division trades, that they're kind of losing their stigma. In the past, where it would never happen. It would never happen. There are divisional rivals, and that's kind of gone the wayside in the past couple of years. I can see the Saints doing that, but they don't have a ton of picks. They've only got 7 picks. They've got the 2 first-round draft picks, so everybody's thinking, yeah, they got a ton of picks. But they've only got 7 picks. They don't have a 7th-round pick. They've got a big gap between their 2nd-round pick and their 3rd-round pick, their pick at the end of the 3rd round. So, for the Saints, if you're looking at filling holes, they've got to look at the possibility of, are we going to use our pick 16 and then trade down the 19 pick? That's what I would see as more likely for the Saints, rather than jumping up into that top 10. They're not one player away. I don't think they're going to make that move. They've, certainly we've seen them make jumps up the board in the past. A couple of years ago, what was it, like 28-14 or something? They jumped up, and so it's certainly in their DNA there. But I think they're more likely to stay put at 16 and then look at that 19 pick to trade down and try to pick up an extra pick in the 2nd or 3rd round.
Yes, and it goes back to this philosophical question, and this is a draft where it definitely applies. Broncos general manager George Paton is a guy who sees the draft as a dartboard, and he believes that the more darts you have, the better your chances are of getting a bullseye or something close to a bullseye. And for several teams, a draft as deep as this one, it makes a lot of sense to do. And we could talk about the Saints still having some veteran stars on that team, but that team is getting long in the tooth, man. And with Sean Payton no longer there, they have to start thinking a lot about the future. So Mickey Loomis should definitely consider doing the opposite and trying to trade down. What do you think, Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. You know, Hal mentioned it as well. Like, you know, they're not one piece away. They're multiple pieces away. So if you are looking, you know, you take, you know, your offensive lineman at 16 that you can get. I mean, the way that I have it panning out in my mock, I actually literally have Evan Neal falling directly to them. I think he's going to be there just because of like the top quality that we have among the skill positions and on defense. Like, you know, I think after, you know, you got Cross and you got Ekwonu, and I think after that, like, I could see Neal doing a free fall. But you got to get more mid-round picks for this team. They definitely – I mean, they need more receivers. They need a tight end. I mean, I love Taysom Hill, but they need another tight end. You know, your defense, like you said, they're getting long. Cameron Jordan's going into his, I believe, 11th or 12th year. You know, Onyemata's been there since, I think, 2016. You know, you still got Lattimore and P.J. Williams. But, again, I mean, they're getting, you know, into their older phase where they're, you know, they're 5, 6, 7 years into the league. I definitely think trading back, stockpiling some picks, and, you know, there's a lot of talent in these middle rounds. I think day 2 is going to see a lot of talent that's going to play well in the NFL. And trading back, you know, I say you keep pick 16 and pick 19, trade it back. I think that's gonna be the move.
Yeah, especially since you surrendered your first next year and a future second in 2024. I think it makes more sense to add more to try to recoup some of that value lost in that trade with the Eagles. And when I saw that trade with the Eagles, I was like, oh my God, Howie Roseman. He didn't just fleece the Saints that badly, did he? And I love Howie Roseman. Don't get me wrong, but the way Loomis got fleeced like that, I was. What was he thinking?
Take it from me, man. Howie's a magician. You know, as an Eagles fan, obviously, like, he brought us that Super Bowl, and then he's done a lot of crazy things. You know, I mean, I love Carson Wentz, but man, we fleeced the Colts really bad on that one. And then now we have 2 first-round picks this year, 2 first-round picks next year. Howie Roseman's probably one of the best GMs in the league currently.
Yeah, and we are at 7 o'clock. Roger Goodell is about to come on the stage in Vegas to put the Jaguars on the clock. So my last question before we get rolling here is, aside from trades, what is the biggest thing you're watching for tonight? Let's start with you, Andrew.
I think the biggest thing that I actually am looking forward to watching is how far do these quarterbacks fall? Because this is probably the weakest quarterback class that we've had since about 2013, and there's a very real possibility that we only see maybe 2 quarterbacks. Like, FanDuel had the over-under set at 3.5. Oh man, I bet under. We're not going to see more than 3 quarterbacks get drafted. I think we're going to see Ritter get drafted at 32 to the Lions, and then I think we're going to see Pickett and Malik Willis get drafted in the first round. I think that's it. But it's just a question of how far are they going to fall. And I'm also very interested to see how the receivers get drafted. I think we could have upwards of 6 taken in the first round. And I really want to see what order they go in. I think Garrett Wilson's probably my top, but a lot of people have Drake London up there just because of his size. You know, Jameson Williams. Like, I'm excited to watch those 2 positions and see, you know, how the receivers shake out and then how far the quarterbacks fall.
What about you, Hal?
I'm going to look at some of those positions that don't get all the attention and see, you know, what happens when these, like Andrew indicated, those wide receivers, 6, 7 wide receivers are going in the first round, 4 or 5 cornerbacks. Where are those defensive tackles going to land? Where's Devontae Wyatt and Jordan Davis from Georgia? Where do they slot in? Tuesday we talked about Travis Jones as well. Does he sneak up into the first round? And the offensive linemen, that second round, when you start getting to the interior offensive line, the Tyler Linderbaums, Zion Johnson as well, Kenyon Green, is there any of those positions going to trigger a run on those guys, when we get into the 20s at the end of the draft? Or does somebody, pick one of these guys higher than we expect? Somebody in the teens, all of a sudden there's a run on defensive tackles, or we start seeing the safeties coming off the board earlier than we expected. Where does Dax Hill land? So some of these non-glamour positions, and outside of these very top heavy groups like offensive tackle and defensive end, where those positions end up landing and we start seeing a run, is definitely something I'm going to be watching as well, because I'm very interested in interior linebacker. There's another one. They're all over the board. Where does Nakobe Dean land? Is he gonna, that's another position where Devin Lloyd, people have him very high. You see him mocked in the teens, you see him in the 20s, you see him at the end of the first round. So those other positions, there's so much uncertainty there. I think it's going to be so much fun to see when that first domino falls and what that triggers.
And speaking of linebackers, there's been a lot of buzz about Quay Walker in recent days. Like Tom Pelissero of NFL Network said that lots of people around the league tell him, and these are GMs, say that they would not be surprised if Quay Walker is the first linebacker taken, and they kind of see like the Patriots at 21 as almost his floor. Although I'm not sure I quite buy that. I think Belichick might like Devin Lloyd a little bit better because he's more polished, but Quay Walker has a bigger athletic upside than Devin Lloyd. And Benjamin Albright said, watch for the Eagles at 18. If they want a linebacker, they could take Quay Walker there if they really love him. So that's another possibility to pay attention to. I am actually going to be specifically watching the wide receivers. I'll be watching the quarterbacks too, don't get me wrong, but the wide receivers, because the wide receiver market has exploded. And that is why you see teams trading players like Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams, because, the Packers were willing to pay him what he wanted. Devontae Adams just wanted out. He wanted to reunite with Derek Carr. But the Chiefs traded Tyreek Hill because they weren't willing to give him exactly what he wanted in a contract, and the Dolphins were. So with wide receivers getting paid a record amount of money, and it also being almost as replaceable a position as running back these days, you could see, I think we might see even more than 6 wide receivers in this first round. You obviously got the big 4 of Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, the 2 Buckeyes, Drake London and Jamison Williams, Treylon Burks. But you could also have the Christian Watson. You could also have a George Pickens. You could also have Jahan Dotson. So you could have up to 8 wide receivers in this first round. And it's going to be fascinating where that run starts, because like I said, the Texans, I think they are targeting Stingley, but I also wouldn't be surprised if Garrett Wilson is another guy they have in mind for a potential trade-up target, especially if the wide receiver run begins where many people think it will, with the Falcons at 8. And word has it the Falcons love Drake London. Absolutely love Drake London. That's been the buzz that's been circulating in recent days. So wide receivers for me could be the big headline of the night. And Roger Goodell is about to come out on stage any minute now to officially put the Jacksville Jaguars on the clock. Just curious, Hal, you watching your television now?
I am. When you see me turn this way, that's the TV. So
yeah. And you watching your TV now, Andrew?
Oh, yep. Got it right in front of me here. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, let's go. And And before Goodell comes out, let's talk about some surprise names that could end up in this first round. Hal, Quay Walker, not really a surprise because that's been, and Lewis Seen, not a surprise because he's been buzzing around for a month in the first round conversation. But Adam Schefter reported last night, USC pass rusher Drake Jackson could actually sneak at the end of the first round. And here comes Roger Goodell on stage. I think we're going to defer to Roger for just a second to kick things off. Want to hear what he has to say. Let's go indeed. Derek Carr and Marcus Allen and Darren Waller on stage with the commish. Yeah. We're going to interrupt you, Roger. I'm sorry because we have to give the people that are tuning in some more content right now. But let's review some names that could surprisingly see the first round. Drake Jackson of USC is one. Another one, Todd McShay mentioned. Tulsa offensive tackle Tyler Smith. He is super raw and unpolished, especially at pass protection. He had 16 holding penalties last season alone, but teams that visited with him and met with him believe he is very, very teachable. And because in this tackle class, you got Neil Aquanu and Cross, then you got Trevor Penning, and then there's a drop off from Penning to Tyler Smith and Bernard Ryman. But after those two, it goes down very, very fast. And given how highly tackles are valued, you could see Bernard Ryman, Tyler Smith, or both sneak into the end of the first round. And heck, Tom Pellis, I don't buy Nicholas Petty-Prayer sneaking into the late part of the first round, but I think the name just might have been floated as a smokescreen for one of those other two guys, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see Tyler Smith and Bernard Ryman sneaking. And another potential name, Hal, you mentioned Travis Jones, Logan Hall from Houston. Word has it the Arizona Cardinals are big fans of his. So Logan Hall, Travis Jones, Bernard Ryman, Tyler Smith, and Drake Jackson. Which one of those five do you think has the best chance of sneaking into the first round tonight?
I personally do have Ryman getting selected. I think he's going to drop right to the I mean, not drop, but he's going to be there right when the Bengals pick at 31. And I really think they're not done rebuilding that offensive line. They just need help up front. I mean, I know we don't live in a world of like what ifs, but I really think that if that offensive line was better in the Super Bowl, I think we're crowning a new Super Bowl champion. And I know they have Jonah Williams. They just picked up Lyle Collins, but you can never have too much protection. In the NFL, we see offensive linemen go down all the time. And, when I look at their roster, I think they don't really have one big glaring need, maybe corner. But I don't think at that time when they pick, I don't think there's going to be a corner there that's really worth taking. And I think you got to get your talent. And I think Ryman's a great prospect. Yeah, I mean, he's a little raw. I think he's going to go right at the end of that first round. And one name that you didn't mention in the receivers, I really think that Skye Moore out of Western Michigan, I think he's got a great chance. I think he's going to go right towards the end of the first round. I think a team picking at the back, like, the Titans need receivers. Obviously we know Green Bay needs receivers. So I think you get somebody, Kansas City needs a receiver. So it's like, I think that's another name to watch in that tail end of that first round as well.
What about you, Hal? You have any, who among those names that we just talked about has the best possible chance of sneaking into the first round tonight? Your mic is off, Hal. Turn it back on.
So sorry about that, David.
Okay.
Yeah. We didn't mention at all here, but we did have last year a couple of running backs sneak into the 20s, and it's interesting to see this year. Is there a team that's really high on, Kenneth Walker or Breece Hall?
Buffalo.
Yeah,
Buffalo.
I mean, you look at Buffalo at 25, that running back situation, they can definitely need some help there. I don't think Kansas City's a threat there, but if they trade one of those picks back and somebody moves up, like a Houston from a 37 to a 30, possibility of grabbing that running back there, we could see one of those teams. So, yeah, I mean, we haven't talked a lot about the running backs, and, I don't think there's a big expectation, but, we saw it last year with Najee Harris going in the first round as well, and ATN right behind him as well. So I'm really interested to see if any of these running backs are able to sneak up into that first round. I'd be very interested in that. I had Skye Moore in my head as well. Andrew brought up. I think that's a great pick and as a potential first rounder. And and we start talking about some of these. One of the positions we talked about. You talked about Lewis Sign at safety, and there's obviously Dax Hill, who's one of the top safeties as well in this draft. So if there's a run there at the safety position, Jalen Petre from Baylor is somebody that I have my eye on, as well as somebody landing in those late 20s, early 30s in the first round, could sneak up in there, even being a safety, because a lot of these safeties that you're seeing coming out of college have so much coverage skill. You can use them, slide them down into cover a tight end, cover the slot receiver. They have that experience, and it makes the position so much more valuable. I think we're going to see that trending up in the future as well, these safeties going in the first round.
Absolutely, Hal. And now the Jacksville Jaguars have been on the clock for about nearly 4 minutes now. They have 6 minutes and 39 seconds to make the selection. And the vast majority of the tea leaves these past several days have said that the pick is going to be Trayvon Walker. And as I said in the Tuesday night pre-draft live stream, I am actually a big believer in Trayvon Walker, because he wasn't asked to pin his ears back a lot at Georgia, but he's a very polished run defender, and he is the freak athlete of freak athletes. And if there's any position that is worth betting on traits in the NFL, it is that of edge rusher. And look at these measurables. At 272 pounds, a 4.51 40-yard dash, and a 6.89 second three cone, a 4.32 second short shuttle, and 35.5-inch arms. This guy is unreal, man. He absolutely is. But it goes to that question of potential overproduction. And the Jaguars are making a risk by passing more proven edge rushers in both Hutchinson and Thibodeau for Trayvon Walker. But just how high do you think the risk is by taking Trayvon Walker here at 1, Coach?
I don't really think there's too much of a risk, and I think one of the big things about when you draft up, when you have a top 5 draft pick, odds are you're not a very good team, and we've seen that Jacksonville, they were better than what they should have been last year. Urban Meyer is just terrible. So I mean, I think they're a better team than their record showed, but to take a guy like Walker, maybe he's not as proven as Thibodeau and Hutchinson, but I think all the physical traits are there, and I think he's going to be a very solid player. And, if he doesn't end up panning out, they're in a 2 to 3 year rebuild right now. I mean, they're not in position to win anything for.
They've already turned in their pick.
Yeah, so the next 2 to 3 years, they're not in a good spot. So.
Yep, Jaguars did not turn in their pick, but Hal. But here's another element of the risk. Should Trayvon Walker have an underwhelming rookie season and the Jaguars have another horrible season, the risk that Trent Baalke is making here is he kind of risks Doug Peterson pointing the finger at him at the end of the season, because the reports are real. There is no consensus in the Jaguars building on who that number 1 overall pick is. Doug Peterson, I think, wanted Aquanu or Neal. Shad Khan wanted Hutchinson. Trent Baalke wanted Trayvon Walker. I think we have to be paying attention to that in terms of risk just as much as anything, if not more.
Definitely. It's the Trent Baalke watch here. If he's getting his guy that he wants and he doesn't work out, Doug Peterson is going to do the Olay special and step aside and point both fingers right at him and say, "There's your problem right there." And as a general manager, he has to be aware of that. You can't screw up that number 1 overall pick and expect to keep your job. So you've got to get somebody that's a sure thing, that's going to be a big part of your team and your success going forward. And I think we talked on Tuesday, David. I think Walker is a little bit rolling the dice. I think give Peterson an offensive lineman, get that wall built so that he's all set with protecting Trevor Lawrence as their number 1 priority.
Yeah. But I think they're probably going to go with Trayvon Walker here because of the contract I just gave Cam Robinson. And I just don't understand why they paid Cam Robinson, especially because he's had like the 50th grade out of 80 some tackles. Here's Roger Goodell with the pick. Let's go. Trayvon Walker, it is. Looks like Trent Baalke got his guy. And one of the main reasons why Trent Baalke targeted, if you just Google Trent Baalke and long arms, he said the exact phrase when he was 49ers GM after they drafted Alden Smith, "I like long arms." Arms, I think, were the tiebreaker for him between Trayvon Walker and Aiden Hutchinson, because Aiden Hutchinson has sub 33-inch arms. Trayvon Walker has 35.5-inch arms. He just loves his length, and that might have been the tiebreaker.
Oh, yeah. I think at the end of the day, it's the right pick. When you look at those edge rushers, like you said, long arms, I think that the talent level between him and Hutchinson is so small that, I mean, if it comes down to something as just small as arm length, and that's something that you really want out of a trait of one of your guys, I think you got to pull the trigger, and I think it's going to work out well.
I'm a big believer in Trayvon Walker because as Nick Kendall, my good friend from milehighhuddle.com, came on the podcast to talk about his edge rushing class, he said that the fact that he just wasn't asked to pin his ears back a lot at Georgia, in part because of all the talent on that team. He was asked to play 5 tech. He wasn't asked to make all those splash plays, yet he still set that violent edge in that running game and was and flashed enough to show you that his traits will eventually, that his tape will eventually match those traits down the road. I would have taken Hutchinson, maybe even Thibodeau here, but Trayvon Walker wasn't far behind them at all. And the Jaguars weren't on an island here. Many teams were super high on Trayvon Walker before the combine. And after the combine, Trayvon Walker shot all the way up to the top.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Trayvon Walker, after that combine, you just saw him flying up the draft boards. Everybody was scrambling to push him as high up as you can. Like I said, I'm the contrarian. I wouldn't have gone with Trayvon Walker here. I think, you could make the safe pick with the offensive lineman and build around your franchise quarterback. Definitely with that. But again, it's it's the Baalke watch now. You got to see that, like I said, the scary thing is, no matter what scheme you have, no matter how you have these players, that production on the field, the great players will find a way. The 9.5 sacks over 3 years is very disconcerting with Trayvon Walker. That really scares me. I hope I'm wrong. Good luck to him. He looks like a great kid. And like I've been saying all year, you can't go wrong drafting anybody from that Georgia defense. So as far as I'm concerned, you've got somebody from that amazing Georgia defense on your team right now. You're doing well. I don't think it matters which one it is. There's so many great players coming out of Georgia in this draft.
Yeah.
So makes
The-
sense to have one at the
Yeah.
top.
We're moving along pretty fast here. The Lions have made their pick, and as we discussed in the lead up to all of this, has to be Aiden Hutchinson here. He is just the.
Oh, yeah.
Here it is. It is Aiden Hutchinson. The first two picks go according to form. Dan Campbell gets the typical bite your kneecap Skye. The Michigan native stays home. Aiden Hutchinson and Aiden Hutchinson. His father, Chris, he also played football at Michigan. His father was a defensive lineman and captain on that team from 1989 to 92. And his mom and three older sisters also attended the University of Michigan. And he gets to stay home and help lead the Detroit Lions to glory for the first time in like ever. And the Lions couldn't have made a better pick here.
No, definitely not. Their defensive line is going to be so insane right now. You know, you got Michael Brockers. You got Charles Harris, the Okwara twins, Julian and Romeo. I mean, they're really good edge rushers as well. Now you throw Hutchinson in there. The old saying, you can never have enough edge rushers, and Dan Campbell is absolutely going to love this. Overseeing his defense, who I believe Aaron Glenn is their defensive coordinator, you're going to be able to rotate your guys. You can even bump Michael Brockers inside on third down. You got Brockers rushing, Harris, Hutchinson, either one of the Okwaras. Like that was a slam dunk, home run, hole in one pick right there.
Yes, and don't forget Aleem McNeil. He looked very good last year.
Oh yeah, almost forgot about him. But yeah, I mean that defensive line is insanely scary now, and I'm telling you, I've told a couple of my friends already, like, give the Lions 2 to 3 years. And, you know, they got to figure out their quarterback situation. I think they're going to be there.
I'm a big believer in Dan Campbell. I saw the Lions play twice last year, once here in Chicago, once in Denver. Campbell just has those guys playing hard no matter what. The Lions could have, if not should have, won that game against the Bears, dare I say, if it weren't for a lot of blown red zone opportunities in the game I went to. And in Denver, they were injury-riddled and COVID-riddled that game. But they put up an animal fight in the second quarter. And yes, they eventually got blown out. But the fight they showed for the entire second quarter just speaks volume that this is a team that just has bought into Dan Campbell and will not go down without a fight no matter what the circumstance is. And Aiden Hutchinson further enhances that culture. Everybody in Ann Arbor says that he changed the vibe in that locker room by just being there, and it's going to be no different for the Lions.
Yeah, great pick for the Lions. I don't think they could have planned it any better than to have Hutchinson land in their lap. I think they would have taken him if they had the number one pick. And as you alluded to, David, I mean, Lions were best three win team I've seen in a long time. You know, Goff getting hurt certainly hurt them, but you look back at some of their games. You talked about the Bears game. They played the Vikings tough. They should have beaten the Ravens. Even week one against San Francisco, they were right in that game. They tied the Steelers. They should have beaten the Browns. They blew that game. You know, so many games. Falcons at the end of the year was another close game where they were right in that game. I mean, they really had the look of a 7-win team that, you know, kind of fortunately for them, in a year where it didn't matter if they won 3 or 7, they get that number 2 pick, and they're in a great situation in the draft and get to hit a grand slam.
Yes, and the Texans have just turned to their pick. Now, this is where the draft begins. The first 2 picks have gone according to plan, but is it tackle or is it corner here? Once again, for those who are tuning in that didn't catch us at the beginning, would you take Sauce Gardner or Derek Stingley here, or would you take Akeem Ekwonu or Evan Neal here?
I still think it's going to be Stingley. I just have a feeling I think they're going to just want to prioritize corner first before – I mean, it's like I said, it's tough. You could go either way, and either way you're going to make the right decision. But I just think I think they're going to look to pick up, offensive line depth later in the draft and get their solid corner right now. I think it's going to be Stingley.
What would you do, Hal?
Well, I'd be taking Icky, which means that's exactly what they're not going to do. So
I'll hold to that, Hal.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to rebuild that offensive line desperately need that in Houston, and that means that they're picking a cornerback. So it's probably Stingley, maybe Sauce Gardner, but they should be looking at the offensive line. But I mean, for Houston, it's hard to criticize. They have needs everywhere across the board, so they're going to fill a hole no matter who they pick. So
definitely. Yeah, I would personally go tackle because I actually think there's enough to warrant belief in Davis Mills to give him whatever he needs to succeed next year. And if Davis Mills does take a big step forward next year, that would be the best possible thing for the Texans. And I'm sure you agree with that. All right,
Yeah.
Fidel, the Texans pick is in. Here we go.
Here we go.
Derek Stingley!
Let's go.
The buzz was real.
Let's go.
The pick to the Texans at 3. Lovie Smith said he wanted a corner badly. He got his corner in Derek Stingley. Now, here is the risk with Derek Stingley Jr. He looked like a future NFL All-Pro his freshman year at LSU in 2019 when they won the national championship with Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and Justin Jefferson. That offense, he was the heart and soul of that defense that year. But the last couple years, he has barely seen the field due to injuries. And even when he was healthy, supposedly, he didn't look as good. And there is not much history of a player who looked great his first year of college, yet not so good the next 2 years, and having similar success in the NFL. Why can Stingley buck that trend?
And I knew it was coming, but I was still shocked that it got announced. No, it's just, I mean, when you look at corners, that suffer from, a lot of like injuries in college, the talent is there. And I think once you get to the NFL, your training staff obviously is a little bit upgraded, obviously going from that college training staff to a professional training staff, maybe they come up with different things to keep them healthy, maybe they, in OTAs, all that, maybe, just don't run them 100%. And I think the one thing that, like, unfortunately, like when I looked at last year at Kyle Hamilton, when he got hurt, he didn't play the last 4 games of the season, even though he's fully healthy because he was prioritizing. Unfortunately, like, stuff happens to Stingley. He wants to play, and can he buck the trend? Let's hope, because he's a phenomenal athlete.
Yes, and I believe his grandfather, Daryl, was a
Stingley.
wide receiver for the New England Patriots, Hal Bent.
Correct.
So Nick Caserio, wouldn't be surprised if he talked to his grandfather, assuming his grandfather's still alive, about him or his family.
Yes.
Close to his grandfather about him, and got some intelligence about him and how he is as a person. I think he almost had to, because if he didn't, I don't think he would be comfortable making this pick, because Sauce Gardner is the much more proven culture guy in terms of what the Texans could have used if they went corner. I still would have preferred Sauce over him, but Caserio has to be a conviction Caserio has about him.
Yeah, it's the upside, I mean, he checks every box as a prototypical NFL cornerback. He's got the wingspan, he's got the size, he's got the speed. He showed the his pro day pretty much cleared him going into the NFL season here this year. So I think that made them very comfortable. And, don't discount as well at LSU, 2019 LSU compared to 2021 LSU, 2 totally different teams. He may have lost a little enthusiasm, playing hurt, 3 different defensive coordinators in 3 years. That's going to have an effect on him. And when you take all that in and look at the character of Derek Stingley Jr., I can see why Houston would roll the dice. Yeah, it's a roll of the dice, no doubt about it. But he has the upside to be, not just the best cornerback in this class, but he has the potential to be one of the best cornerbacks in the NFL. So I certainly see the idea of rolling the dice, but it's a heck of a dice roll. And his grandfather, Darryl Stingley, was a first-round pick of the Patriots. Unfortunately, he had suffered a broken back. Yeah. It damaged his spinal cord, was a quadriplegic the rest of his life. It was the Raiders' Jack Tatum that hit him in a preseason game. And he had all the talent in the world, and such a sad story. So it's great to see that family have something to celebrate here with Derek Stingley Jr. going off the board so high here.
Definitely. And now the Jets have, I believe their pick is in. So they have a choice between Sauce Gardner, but they are not sold on Mekhi Becton, apparently. I think Akeem Aquan would make just as much sense here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think right before the Tyreek Hill trade, I think offensive tackle was the pick. But I think now you see Tyreek Hill come over and you're like, okay, maybe we need a little bit of help now. I think Sauce Gardner is the right pick here. They're not sold on Becton, but he's still young. He can still develop. He can still change. I think he did show flashes of, that he could play and be a solid, left tackle. But that defense desperately needs a lot of help, and I think Sauce Gardner is a slam dunk here.
And plus Sauce Gardner, he is that Robert Saleh cornerback. Lance Zierlein of NFL.com and the scouting report he wrote on him, his pro comp, Richard Sherman, and Robert Saleh coached Richard Sherman in both Seattle and San Francisco. And if he and I think he could be as good, if not better, than Richard Sherman was in his prime. What do you think? Do you think Sauce could be as good or better than Richard Sherman in his prime?
Definitely. I mean, he's again, you talk about toolsy cornerbacks there. He brings the sauce. He's got that quickness. He has that innate ability to find that ball in the air. He's got his hands on the ball. It seems every pass thrown his way. I mean, and, not just on the physical side, but one of Richard Sherman's great strengths as well was that mental side. And Sauce Gardner, very, very smart on the field. He's aware of his surroundings, alert.
Sorry, Hal. Here comes Roger Bell with the Jets pick. Here we go.
All righty.
Sauce it is. Barbecue sauce, Worcestershire sauce, soy sauce.
4 for 4.
Whatever
boys.
sauce you like, New York, you are getting it in Sauce Gardner. He is going to spice up that Jets locker room in extremely positive ways, both on and off the field. Like I said, not only is this guy a fantastic player on the field, he is a culture guy in the locker room, and Robert Saleh needs to set the tone. And I think the Jets had to believe that Sauce Gardner is that glue guy in the locker room that they needed to add here.
Oh yeah, I mean this. I think again, just how Houston just picked. I think you had those two. You're stacking up two positions. And I don't think that either way you were gonna lose. But I think you mentioned it perfectly, Crom, that they needed somebody that they know is going to come in to that locker room with a positive attitude and a positive, just have a positive outlook. And that's Sauce, man. Like, I mean, I think it's a great pick. I mean, he's got great size for a corner. I mean, 6'3", he's quick. And I mean, like I said, I saw him play. I saw him play against Notre Dame. They're showing a highlight. I mean, he's great in man. He's great in zone. I think he's going to be that Richard Sherman. I mean, that's a hard comparison to say that he's going to be better than Richard Sherman in his prime. I think he has the ability to. We just got to wait and see.
We most certainly do. And the Giants will have the pick of the litter at tackle at 5 overall here. And I think tackle is going to be the pick. Its buzz has been mixed. Dan Graziano, who covered that team for many years for ESPN, thinks Evan Neal is their favorite. But there has been a lot of buzz about their love for Charles Cross. Would you go with Evan Neal, or do you think there's a reason to take Charles Cross over Evan Neal?
I mean, I personally think that they're going to go the Charles Cross route. I've just heard a lot of buzz from the Giants camp. You know, since I follow the Eagles so closely, you know, I always want to hear what's coming out of, you know, other teams and just kind of see where they're heading. I've heard a lot of people just be extremely enamored with Cross. I've heard, you know, coming down from new head coach Brian Dable, I've heard him and Kafka, you know, their offense coordinator. Like I've heard, you know, from multiple sources that they liked Cross the best out of all the offensive line prospects, and they definitely need it. You know, their team's a mess. They can get better in any aspect, and I think that's just kind of the way that the first couple picks have went. Like, regardless of who they select, they're going to be making the right call.
Absolutely. This is a Giants team, almost like the Jets, that needs help nearly everywhere. But I'm very impressed with the new regime they have in place with new GM Joe Shane and new head coach Brian Daboll. I am very optimistic at what they can do if given the opportunity by John Mara and Steve Tisch to do it. And this is their first pick. They're going to have to set the tone as to what a New York Giant in the eyes of Joe Shane and Brian Daboll looks like and smells like. Who do you think that should be, Hal? Should that be Evan Neal? Should that be Charles Cross? Or should that be Ike Ekwonu?
Well, you know, I'm always going to say Icky, so you know that. There's no doubt about that. But, I mean, yeah, I mean, I understand the Charles Cross. I mean, no doubt about it. Very athletic, you know, inexperienced at that position. You could almost say doesn't have a ton of snaps there, but a very cerebral offensive lineman to go along with that athletic talent, and, you know, smart, strong, aggressive, certainly checks off the boxes. Yeah, they've got the pick of the litter here at tackle. It's a matter of who fits their philosophy. I mean, I would like to see them, if they're that strong on Cross, this is the time to stand up and beat your chest and say, that's my guy, and I'm taking him at 5.
Yeah, because if they don't take him at 5 and they go another position, the Panthers are staying put to take him at 6, according to Benjamin Albright, and I really trust the sources that Benjamin has.
Yeah, I mean, they also have that pick at 7, so I mean, you could see them
want to trade,
and like I could see them going potentially edge rusher here too. I don't know. You know, Thibodeau's a very intriguing prospect, but your offensive line's a mess. You have to address it. But I could see Thibodeau, he's a wild card here, I think.
Yeah, it makes sense with Thibodeau. I mean, really, if you've got 3 top offensive tackles and you've got 2 of the next 3 picks, you can kind of roll the dice here at 5 and say, I'm going to take another position. And I know I've still got a choice out of 2 of those 3 guys. So, you know, if they're intrigued with Jermaine Johnson or Thibodeau, I wouldn't be surprised to see either of them go at 5 and then the Giants circle back at 7 and get the offensive lineman they need.
Yeah, Charles Cross, Doug Farrar. He is a football mind I respect tremendously. He and Mark Schofield run the USA Today Touchdown Wire, and Mark is a regular guest on this podcast. Doug Farrar, Charles Cross is his personal favorite tackle in this class. And we got a lucky Giants fan that's about to make the pick. Let's go to Vegas. This is what I like. A Make-A-Wish Foundation patient being allowed to make the pick. These are the moments in the draft I really love. Sam, we hope whatever you're going through that you fully recover and live a nice long life, Sam. post-heart transplant.
Oh, he's having the time of his life. I love it.
Go Sam. Beat us all to it, Sam. We're pulling for you.
Oh, yeah.
Kayvon Thibodeau!
So they're just going to try. They're going to take
Kayvon Thibodeau, a top 5 pick after all, to the New York Football Giants. No.
I mean,
the Giants didn't buy into the group think on Kayvon Thibodeau across the league, and you are supposed to trust what you believe about a player over everything else. I think this speaks volumes to why I am optimistic about Joe Schoen and Brian Daboll. They just trusted their instincts and went against the grain of what media and conventional wisdom suggested about Kayvon Thibodeau. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they saw something in him that they liked, and it was it's like Hal mentioned. You have 3 offensive tackles that are rated really highly. You have the next pick in 2 picks, so you're going to get at least one. You're going to get one of those guys. And I don't think Thibodeau. Maybe it's the same thing. You take your offensive line here. Maybe Thibodeau's there at 7, but they may have liked Thibodeau a little bit more than they liked any of the offensive lineman prospects. And I mean, again, I think he's purely the best pure edge rusher. I think he's a little weaker against the run, but as far as being a pure edge rusher, I mean, as an Eagles fan, I'm a little scared right now.
I love this pick for the Giants to start the Joe Schoen, Brian Daboll era. What about you, Ham?
Oh, I mean, Thibodeau is the, if you're drawing up.
He's getting fired up on stage. Love it.
Love it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you're going to build an edge rusher, you're building Kayvon Thibodeau. If you're starting from scratch, he's got explosiveness. He's got speed. He can switch from speed to power. I mean, if you watched him last year, I mean, it was every game, every play, he was being double teamed. He had all that extra attention. He still filled the stat sheet despite that. Every offensive coordinator was planning on how to slow him down, and he still was able to be disruptive. Yeah, I mean, that kind of physical ability, power, speed combination, you can't go wrong grabbing an edge rusher like that here at number 5, and great pick for the Giants, and excited to see which offensive lineman they get here at number 7 now.
The Carolina Panthers, you don't pick again until the 4th round, but you have your pick of the litter at offensive tackle. Do you stay put because you've been trying to fix this position for so long?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is where I see Ekwonu coming off the board here. There's a lot of – they obviously need a quarterback, but you don't pick again until the 4th round. You're a lot of pieces away from being a competitive team again. You're not looking to draft a quarterback this year and expect to win. So I think that's something that you have to put off. But again, who knows? Maybe they take Willis here and shock everybody.
No pick has been turned in according to NFL Network. So there's still the possibility of a trade right now. But if you do not trade out, has to be a tackle. Has to be a tackle.
Yeah. And I mean, if I'm sure Carolina
is going to throw a fit if it's not a tackle, and then they take a quarterback. Luke Combs, arguably one of my favorite musicians now, country music singer songwriter. He's the biggest Carolina Panthers fan on the planet. He's biting his nails right now, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, for Carolina, I mean, such a huge hole at tackle. I'm sure they're desperately trying to trade down right now, working the phones, and the phone's probably busy with Christian McCaffrey calling and telling them, get Icky out there on the field. I need somebody pancaking some guys in front of me here, extend my career a little by letting me start some of these runs without getting hit in the backfield. So. For Carolina, yeah, I'm sure they want to trade down. They need to accumulate some picks, but if they, I'm not sure who's moving up right now. The way that the draft board, I mean, what do we got? 3 edge rushers, 2
Panthers
cornerbacks.
have turned their pick in. No trade.
No
Has to be a
trades.
tackle. Icky
Yep.
Ekwonu, Charles Cross, Evan Neal. Al, but I heard the Panthers love Charles Cross too because they need a pure left tackle, and he is the best pure pass protector, arguably, in this draft class. Would you fault them for going Charles Cross here?
Not at all.
What about you, Andrew? Would you fault them for taking Charles Cross?
No, I do. I still think it's going to be Ekwonu. I think he just makes the most sense. They do need they need a pure left tackle, but do they really have a quarterback right now to kind of invest that in? Like, I get that. Like, Ekwonu, I think, is the better overall prospect because I think you can plug and play him wherever you need to. I think if you're taking Cross, he's got to be at your left tackle spot. I mean, like I said, either one of them is going to make sense. I just think Ekwonu personally is the better prospect.
Yes, because Icky is that kind of guy. If he fails outside, kick inside, and he'll be a star guard. He has has a combination of super high ceiling and super high floor. He is. I'm not saying he's a can't miss prospect. Nobody is a can't miss prospect, but he's as close to that distinction as you can get.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to be kind of like how Brandon Scherf was. He got drafted to be a tackle, didn't really work out there. Bump him inside to guard. Now he's a Pro Bowl guard. So, I mean, I think you can do that with him. I don't think you could get away doing that with Cross.
Yes. Yep. 2 corners going 3 and 4. Very few people see that is the surprise of this night so far. Wouldn't you say so? And Thibodeau going 5. Everybody thought he was going to fall.
Yeah, I think
We've had
Thibodeau,
several surprises already. The unpredictability of this draft is as advertised so far, guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I had Stingley and Gardner mocked there.
Good for you, man.
But I think Thibodeau going to 5 kind of surprised me. I did have the Giants picking him at 7, so I guess I really can't, be too.
You're still right,
Yeah, exactly. It's still right. It was just a pick early. It's fine.
Yes. So both of you guys think the Panthers should take Icky Ekwonu here.
Absolutely.
Yes, definitely.
I just think he makes the most sense. I mean,
Yes.
he's a better prospect overall.
But would you be shocked out of your shoes if it's Malik Willis here?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean,
I've
I've heard a lot of smoke screen going towards him, but I'm not buying it really.
Yeah.
It's way
But
too
for the
early
record,
for any quarterback in this draft. Way too early.
Yeah, definitely way too early because especially the Panthers loved Justin Fields last year. I mean, loved him. And the jury's still out on him. Don't get me wrong. But if you love a quarterback, you have to take him. And passing on a quarterback that you loved last year and taking somebody like Kenny Pickett at 6 is a corrupted process, dare I say.
Yeah, there's just no way. And I think, honestly, for any quarterback's sake this year, I mean, personally, I don't want to deal with Ben McAdoo as my offensive coordinator. So if I'm a quarterback, I'm really not trying to go to Carolina currently.
All right, here is Roger Goodell with the pick. Quarterback or tackle here?
Ekwonu.
Icky! It is Icky Ekwonu to the Carolina Panthers, a typical Matt Rule player. Tough, physical, smart. Panthers, if you had to stay at 6 and take somebody, it had to be somebody like Icky Ekwonu. Panthers, I think, have to be content right now, even if they don't have any more picks until the 4th round. I think it couldn't have fallen better for them.
Yeah, no, I mean, we all 3 have agreed he's clearly the best offensive line prospect. I think he's probably the third best tackle, but I think out of just pure offensive linemen, like I think he's the best talent that they have. And, Carolina obviously needs to find a quarterback. But I think whatever quarterback they eventually find is going to be glad that they took Ekwonu here.
Yeah, I mean, I just love Icky. He's still got so much potential, room to grow. Like David said, he's played at guard, he played at tackle. You could move him to either position. He's going to be fine. So much athleticism, strength as well. And he's just loves to block people. I mean, you just watch him on the tape and, he's got some, clean up a little bit as far as technique, but oh my God, he just wants to drive these guys into the ground, out of the play, out of the stadium. He is a monster and he's a mauler, and you got to love that. That's a tone setter right there.
Absolutely. And his real first full name is Ekemefuna, and it's from the Igbo language in Nigeria, and it means my strength will not be in vain. And he shows it on the field all the time, man. He just does. And what this also tells me is that the Panthers, I wouldn't be shocked if they make a trade for Baker Mayfield this weekend or Jimmy Garoppolo at some point in the next couple months.
Yeah, I think that's the move. Unless, I mean, if they're not really desperate to win now, I mean, you could just suffer through another year of Sam Darnold, get yourself another high draft pick, and
not for Matt Rule. Nah, he'll be gone.
Exactly. Get Matt Rule out of here.
Matt Rule's coach for his job. He's going to want somebody else.
Yeah, he's going to want a Jimmy Garoppolo, somebody that Baker Mayfield, somebody that can step in and
can't suffer through another year, Sam Darnold. If you're Matt Rule, you just cannot, because David Tepper put you on notice last year, but because it was leaked that David Tepper was telling people close to him that he had regrets about the contract that he gave Matt Rule a couple years ago. So this is a make it or break it year for Matt Rule. And another thing about Akeem Ekwonu, he has fun on the football field, but when he was in elementary school, just to show what a cool guy he is, he had the lead in the school's musical production of 101 Dalmatians as Pongo. Get that? And when I heard about that, when they were talking about it at the Combine, I immediately downloaded the Disney's 1960s 101 Dalmatians and watched it. So, Icky, you took me down memory lane there, man. But I can't wait to see him pancake people on the field next season and beyond. A very good pick for the Panthers. And the Giants did not trade down. They kept this pick here. It's either Evan Neal or Charles Cross here.
Yeah,
I think Evan Neal would actually make more sense because he already got Andrew Thomas at left tackle. Neal has experience at right tackle. Cross does not. But the Giants did reportedly, according to Peter King, put Cross through a workout and came away convinced that he could grow into a right tackle eventually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you don't want to go with the could. I think you want to go with what you know. And I do think Neal is the pick. I personally still like Cross a little bit better. But I think from a scheme aspect, I do think that they're probably thinking Neal is going to be better. I had them obviously taking Cross, but I think I'm wrong, and I actually do think they're going to go with Evan Neal. I had him slipping way down my draft board, but I think he makes a very good fit sense here because they do need that right tackle. That's their biggest hole on their offense.
Absolutely. I think Evan Neal makes even more sense than Charles Cross here. What about you, Hal?
Yeah, I'm in agreement 100%.
We
got it finally. Yes.
I should have shouted it earlier because we were simpatico about a lot of things before this.
Definitely were. But yeah, I mean, I think this is Evan Neal is just can't miss at this position right here.
Here we go.
I think they'll take him.
Oh, yeah.
It is Evan Neal, right tackle. So Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal. You might not have gotten additional capital for next year, but if you had to keep those two picks, Giants couldn't have done better tonight. They're my early winners. Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal. Great job, Joe Shane. Great job, Brian Dayball. What do you say? Do you give them 2 thumbs up for this all?
I do.
Yeah,
Definitely.
unfortunately.
Both New York teams making some good picks. It's a very, and I mean, we got to start picking up some of these other skill positions. We're only on 3 positions so far. So 7 picks, defensive ends, cornerbacks, tackles. That's all we've got. So
that's crazy. I don't remember that. I haven't remembered that happening for, off the top of my head. And I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I had it mocked that way where, I think a skill position's coming up right here for Atlanta, but it's crazy. We're starting in the trenches, and then, we've seen a lot of wide receiver movement, so teams are scrambling to get corners.
Yep. And I think this is potentially where the run on receivers could begin, because with Kayvon Thibodeau now off the board, if the buzz on Drake London to the Falcons is true, I think it's either Drake London or another wide receiver they were trying to hide, using London as a smokescreen. Do you think the wide receiver run begins here with the Falcons?
Yeah, I personally do. I think I've heard a lot of the buzz of Drake London. I just think Garrett Wilson is the best receiver in the draft. He's coached at Ohio State by Brian Hartline, who I think is probably the best wide receiver coach in the entire nation. And I mean, you have to be a really good wide receivers coach to have 2 guys that are potentially going in the first round, top 15 picks. And I think obviously everybody's enamored with Drake London's size, but I think Wilson's going to give, the Falcons the ability to stretch the field on the outside, opening up things for Kyle Pitts on the inside.
Yeah. And I think a sleeper for the Falcons here, as well as we could see them, pick a pass rusher here.
Jermaine Johnson, yes.
Jermaine Johnson, because, I mean, you remember last year, I mean, that pass rush was just garbage for Atlanta. They could not get near a quarterback. I mean, I don't even know if they had anybody get 5 sacks last year. I mean, they were just terrible across the board. So, I mean, that's a desperate position of need. But again, you turn it around and look at the offense and you say, well, they got no receivers, so they got to pick somebody at some point. But as far as both positions are deep. They could go wide receiver here and get a good edge rusher in the 2nd or 3rd round, and conversely flip flop that. There's plenty of good wide receivers out there later as well. So I think it's got to be one of those 2 positions, though, for the Falcons, which means they'll draft the safety.
I wouldn't sleep on Kyle Hamilton here.
Yes.
Because the defensive coordinator, DPs, loves his safeties. He loves his safeties. And last year, who was Terry Fontenot's first pick as Falcons GM? Kyle Pitts. He didn't give a damn about positional value. He just took the best player on the board. And if Kyle Hamilton is the best player on the Falcons board, I would take him, because this roster, it's already as bad as the Texans with Matt Ryan now gone. They could use literally anything. If Kyle Hamilton's the best player on your board, just take him. Would you, Andrew?
Oh, 100%. I don't see edge rusher here, just because I don't think they're really scared of the NFC South quarterbacks other than a 45-year-old Tom Brady. But Kyle Hamilton is easily the best player in the draft. I think he was the best player overall. It's just safety has such a low positional value, but the time has come where you need the GM that says, I don't really care. Let's take the best guy available. And I mean, obviously he's going to be a tremendous help.
He is. So wide receiver, Kyle Hamilton, Jermaine Johnson. Falcons could go a lot of different places here. Let's see what Terry Fontenot has done. The pick is in. And I think Roger Goodell should be coming to the podium in just a little bit. But who would your pick be? Would you go Drake London or the best wide receiver on your board, or would you go Kyle Hamilton? I would personally take Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah, I mean, I would take whoever you have at the top of your board, whether you are trying to prioritize your offense or defense. I think obviously Drake London, it's between Drake London and it's between Kyle Hamilton. Personally, I'm taking Hamilton, but I could see them taking London. I could see them taking Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, I would have Wilson over London myself, but I mean, that's personal preference, at this
It's
point.
the live stream draft. Lots of teams
Yep.
like London better. Lots of teams have Wilson.
Mhm.
So here
Yeah,
we
I
go.
mean-
8th overall pick, Falcons. What did you do, Terry Fontenot?
Drake
Is
London.
Drake
Whoa.
London. Drake London. He had to be the top guy on their board. The buzz was
Yep.
real. He had to be. And what I like about this is that Arthur Smith, he's building a basketball team with those weapons.
Yep.
You got Kyle Pitts and Drake London now. That gives you an automatic size mismatch, and that is good for Marcus Mariota or whoever they line up at quarterback later on this year. And word has it they might trade back up into the tail end of the first round, given all the ammo they have with those 2 seconds and 2/3 to take Matt Corral.
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly the top guy on their board. So I mean, you got to do what you got to do. Like I said, like me and Hal both said, personally, we liked Wilson a little bit better, but Drake London's the biggest receiver in this draft. So I mean, if you're looking for that 6'4", 210-pound guy, you got to take him. I think again, either pick that they went would have been fine, and it's crazy to say that for these first 8 picks, that regardless of who they take, it's going to be a better pick. It's going to be a good pick, but it kind of is.
Definitely. Yeah. And we have a wild card coming up here with the Seahawks at 9. I see a lot of possibilities here. I think they could use Charles Cross here. This could be where the first quarterback goes if they really love Malik Willis. This could be where Jermaine Johnson goes. And a guy that Todd McShay says the Seahawks are believed to love, Jordan Davis of Georgia.
Yeah. No way.
Yeah.
But John Schneider is known for trading back. I think he's going to do his darndest to do so right now, if the board is jumbled especially.
Yeah, I think they're looking to go back at this point. I think they think if they can get into the teens and add some additional ammunition, there's going to be somebody there that they're going to like, they're going to love. I can't see them going quarterback here. God, please don't.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing is honestly, I do think if they stay put, I think they're taking Willis.
Oh.
I don't think they're going to trade back. I think they're going to take, unless somebody offers them a crazy deal, but I don't really think with the way that the draft board has been falling that there's anybody that's really desperate to trade up currently. So I think if they stay put, I really do think it's going to be Malik Willis, because I think he's going to be a better prospect than, you have Garoppolo out there and you have Baker Mayfield. Personally, I'm going to take Malik Willis over those two. So I think that they stay put and take Willis.
I mean, I would still trade for Baker Mayfield if it was me, but I think Baker Mayfield was so good in 2020, and he was injured, playing through injury so much last year, and the rest of that team, that momentum just went downhill in Cleveland, and that was a toxic situation by the end of the year. I think there's still a lot of good quarterback play in Baker Mayfield. Like I said, Malik Willis, I can see grabbing him, but at the end of the first round, not in the top 10 here.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Seahawks, their roster, while it is better than the Falcons, it's just slightly better than the Falcons and the Texans. They could use anything, and I mean anything, outside of wide receiver, because I think although they could use another one, because Tyler Lockett's getting a bit up there, and but you do have DK Metcalf and Noah Fant already. Those are 2 pretty good weapons to start. So if they keep this pick, I would go Charles Cross or Jermaine Johnson, somebody along those lines, or even Kyle Hamilton to start this rebuild off. Kyle Hamilton would be a culture guy to start it off with.
Oh gosh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. I mean, the thing is again, Hamilton fits anywhere he goes. It's just this is one pick that I really struggled, to pick a guy that they're actually going to go with, because they could go literally in any direction, like you said, other than receiver, they could go anywhere with this. I do like Hamilton, but I don't honestly necessarily, now that I'm looking at it, I don't really think he makes sense there. You have Adams, you have Quandre Diggs,
they're pretty full. They're paying a lot of money to safeties right now.
Yeah, so you're paying a lot of money on those safeties, so I don't really think Hamilton probably fits there. Later on down the road when you got to sign him to his contract, I don't really think he's gonna make sense here. I think it's quarterback, maybe defense, maybe a linebacker's in play here. I mean,
I could see a linebacker or maybe another cornerback go like Trent McDuffie, somebody.
That's high for me for corners.
I love Trent McDuffie as much as anybody, but with that arm length, that might be a little too rich here because there's very, very little evidence that corners with his length succeed. Although I do think he has an excellent chance to buck that trend, and we're going to talk about Trent as soon as he's picked. But the team for McDuffie, I think a good value for him, would be like the Eagles with where they're picking. I think it would be a good pick for Philly, don't you, Andrew?
Yeah. The way that I had my mock kind of sorted out is I had them picking between an interior offensive lineman and McDuffie. I have them kind of going between Linderbaum and McDuffie. But Eagles need another corner, man. I'm telling you, it's been a rough last couple of years on, with corners. We finally have Avonte Maddox in the slot and Slay on the outside, but Slay's no spring chicken, Grom.
You said it. And look at this. This is the pick the Seahawks got from the Broncos in the Russell Wilson trade. And the Broncos on their social media account just posted with the 9th pick in the 2022 NFL draft, the Denver Broncos select, and a video of Russell Wilson walking out on the practice field. Savage social media work. What'd you say so, Hal?
Definitely. Oh, I like that. Oh.
I think another way you got to look here too is like, I have their depth pulled up, and holy cow, is their offensive line terrible.
Yeah.
You
still have Cross there.
Cross. Yeah.
Like,
but what about Trevor Penning? This is too rich for Penning. Wouldn't you say so?
I think he's too much of a tackle. I think Seahawks need just about everything. And so, I mean, Penning could, but I just think Cross is another tier above him.
Yeah, I think it's got to be Cross. I mean, that offensive line is
it's awful.
It's a mess. Yeah,
there's no.
Yeah, I mean, it's aging. It's weak. There's just not there's young guys who are unproven. It's just too much. It's a mess.
So the Seahawks, they did not trade down. They kept their pick. I think this is even an even bigger wild card than the Falcons because we had some hints about Drake London to the Falcons several days ago. We do not have that much in Seattle because like the Falcons, as Andrew said, they could use anything. So this could be another momentum changer in this entire first round. Yeah,
this is one that, again, like I had them taking Willis initially just because I don't know what the heck they're going to do. Now that I'm looking at it, I don't think they're going to sway that way. I think I'm really loving Cross here just because I don't think that they thought that he was going to be available. So I think they could see that and jump on it. But anything makes sense here.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense for Seattle to go offensive.
Here we go.
Line.
It is Charles Cross.
Okay.
Very good pick here. I like it. John Schneider. Good job. I was scared you were going to take Trevor Penning for some reason, but you take the best pass protector in this draft class. Great job there, man. Love this.
And this sets for the Jets. They've got to be going crazy. Talk about setting them up. I mean, you've got Kyle Hamilton on the board. You've got Garrett Wilson. You've got Jermaine Johnson.
He's the one they love. I think he's going to be the pick at 10. Jermaine Johnson, if you love him, take him.
Or,
because you can get a good receiver at 35 and 38.
Yeah, it's good position. But, boy, if they fell in love with Garrett Wilson or Jameson Williams here, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Jets jump at a wide receiver here.
I mean, initially I had them taking
Johnson or a wide receiver here. Either Jermaine Johnson or a wide receiver.
I had them taking Olav initially just because I had Wilson going ahead. But I think that makes sense. I mean, they already got their corner. And I think now you have to, if you're gonna get anything out of Zach Wilson, you gotta give him some type of targets. It's not really fair to be like, oh, well, we didn't really see much out of him. I mean, he wasn't really thrown to anybody much all year. I mean, they need that number one receiver because I'm a big Corey Davis fan, but he's not a number one receiver.
Right. He's
So
always been a number 2. And,
always been a number 2. And so I think receiver here makes sense. I don't even know what other position would make sense here, just because I think it's such a slam dunk that you have a receiver available that I just think you got to take them right here. None of those top receivers are going to be there when they pick next.
Yeah, and I mean the Jets are high on Elijah Moore, but he's really a slot receiver.
Yes.
I mean they're moving him back into the slot where he should have been last year. They really need that number 1 outside receiver desperately.
Yeah, they do, but they also need another edge rusher desperately.
Yes.
And if you love Jermaine Johnson and he's the top guy on your board, take him.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean for the Jets, I mean I think they've the edge rusher, their pass rush was not good last year. I mean, their cornerbacks were terrible. They addressed that with Sauce. So, bumping up that defense, making Robert Saleh happy certainly seems like a way to go here as well. So it's very, very interesting. If it was me running the board, though, I think I'd have to go Jermaine Johnson.
Ian Rappaport with a very good point on television. Ian Rappaport of NFL Network saying that this is the pick the Jets offered to the 49ers in order to trade for Deebo Samuel. So if it's Jermaine Johnson or a wide receiver, do not be shocked or surprised either way. Just as many tea leaves suggest Jermaine Johnson as wide receiver.
Yeah, I mean,
and the pick is in. As you correctly predicted, Hal, no trades in the top 10, but 11 with the Commanders. This is where the trading could get started because this is where the board gets so crunched together.
Yeah, and looking at the Commanders, I mean, again, they do need a lot of help, but I think because they need a lot of help, you got to find suitors here to trade back, get yourself into that, the middle of this round where you can still grab whatever you need, pick up another 3rd or a 4th round pick. Like, I could see them trading back here.
The Jets did not trade back. They turned in the pick.
Oh, already. But I think it's got to be Wilson here.
Garrett
Wilson or Jameson Williams.
Yeah. Wilson to Wilson. That's what the New York. There we go.
Yeah.
I can see that.
No, I mean, I had them taking Olaf just because Wilson wasn't available, and I still think Wilson's the best receiver in the draft.
Yeah. I mean, he's my wide receiver 1 for sure.
Yeah. But back to the Seahawks and Charles Cross for a moment. I really like that pick because for Drew Lock or Baker Mayfield or whoever, Dwayne Brown is too old. He's not the same. You need a young guy there who could play left tackle and pass protect in a pinch. That's Charles Cross.
Yeah, definitely. Brown, they haven't even re-signed Brown yet, right? Is he still a free agent, Dwayne Brown?
I don't think they. I do. I don't think
free agent, but I don't think he's going back to Seattle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I mean that makes the
Here
cross move so much better.
Garrett Wilson, it is.
That's crazy.
I think the Jermaine Johnson talk might have been a smokescreen to hide some of these receivers. So, but Garrett Wilson, he is Olave might even be a better route runner than him, but Garrett Wilson is an excellent route runner, and he is that kind of guy that Mike LaFleur, Kyle Shanahan, Matt LaFleur, those guys love in a wide receiver 1. Elijah Moore is going to be a good player. Corey Davis is a good player. And CJ Uzama and Tyler Conklin are 2 good tight ends, but they didn't have that bona fide wide receiver 1. They had to add to that investment in Zach Wilson. They did it with Garrett Wilson. I like this pick.
Oh yeah, I mean the pick was great. I think it's going to give Matt or Mike LaFleur, options. They have a lot of speed on that offense now. I mean, that was one of the big things about Elijah Moore is his speed. And Wilson's got speed. Corey Davis is going to be your guy in the middle. catching passes over the middle. You got Braxton Berrios. He's a little spunky guy. They have a lot of speed on that offense, and I think looking at the AFC East now, I mean, there's a lot of good corners in the AFC East, and I think that this was the right move.
Yeah. What do you think, Hal?
Yeah, I mean, the Jets were desperately looking for that wide receiver 1, and to get the best wide receiver in the draft at number 10 is a slam dunk as far as I'm concerned. Like I said, I had Garrett Wilson as the best wide receiver in the draft. I mean, you just look at somebody that's like he's shot out of a cannon coming off that line. He's got great separation ability, great body control, able to hold on to tough catches, works the sideline well. I mean, he's a true number 1 wide receiver, and the Jets were clearly looking for that in this offseason. And to have him be able to be sitting there at number 10, I mean, that's all their dreams answered right there. I think it's great for the Jets that they get exactly what they were looking for. Top, one of the top corner, somebody I had Sauce as the top cornerback and the top wide receiver. That's a lot of speed that they've added on both sides of the ball.
Oh, they traded to the Saints.
Saints have moved up. I think this is for a wide receiver. It's either Jameson Williams or Chris Olave here.
Yeah,
I think we're either a tackle or a receiver. And Washington,
I mean, it could be, but I could see them. I don't know if they would necessarily want to trade up for a quarterback, but they need one. I don't know if nobody's really trade up worthy. I didn't see them moving up. I really didn't. But I think this could start, like you said, this starts the run on the receivers, and they need somebody outside of Michael Thomas, and I mean, he can't stay healthy. So they have a lot of pieces. They also, edge rusher. Maybe they felt that Jermaine Johnson was going to slip away, and they needed to get him now. There's a lot of moves here.
Yeah, so I think it's Chris Olave or Jameson Williams here, one of those two guys.
Yeah, the Saints have, they're not afraid to take a wide receiver early here. I can't see them going for a quarterback here. I mean, they seemed pretty happy with Winston before he got hurt last year. Yeah, it's got to be this run. I think the wide receiver run is in full effect here now.
Yeah, like I said, I think edge rusher is still very much in play given Cameron Jordan's age, and maybe they were looking at
or Jermaine Johnson. I think that's a very good possibility here. Jermaine Johnson, absolutely.
Yeah, I think they're looking at their who's up next. You're looking at Houston. They need an edge rusher. Vikings need an edge rusher. Eagles need so. I think maybe they saw that.
Yeah, but for New Orleans, you got Cam Jordan, who's older, but they traded up for Marcus Davenport in the first round a couple years ago.
And they got Peyton Turner, too.
Peyton Turner, we talked about at the top of Peyton Turner at the end of the first round last year. So decent depth there. Wide receiver, with Michael Thomas not playing this past year, that really exposed them. To be able to, they just don't have any, Traquan Smith is a good wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4, and having him as their lead receiver last year, you saw that was what happened. That team went from Super Bowl contender down to middle of the pack. So they've got to find a way to, however that is. I think it's wide receiver here. I'm not sure who else they would be trading up for here. They've got good safeties there. Marcus May, they're not going in. I can't see it being Hamilton.
So it looks like Washington or this New Orleans sent their 16th pick, and then picks 98 and 120.
Whoa, very good trade for Washington. Very
that's
good.
great for them.
Very good job by Ron Rivera and Martin Mayhew there. And
Pick is in. All right. Let's.
what were those trade deals? Trade details again? Well, Washington gave got 98 and 120.
Yep,
Correct?
16, 88, 120.
Yep.
98, 120. There it is. NFL Network confirmed it. Good job, Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at Washington, after that Carson Wentz trade, they had to add more capital because they didn't even have a third round pick headed into tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a smart move there to pick up the selections that you got rid of for Carson Wentz because, you know, who's to say he's going to pan out? I love him, but like, man, I think they need a lot of help, and I think that's the best way to do it is get yourself some more picks.
Yeah.
I'm really intrigued to see which way they go. I think it's probably going to be Olave, but
yeah,
I have
Olave
no idea.
or Williams. Yeah, one of those two, I think.
Yeah, I think Williams is just because of his injuries concerned. I think a lot of people are going to fall back on him, but I think it's going to be Olave. I think it makes sense.
Yeah, but I believe it was Todd McShay who reported that the Saints at 16 were considered the floor for Jameson Williams. So it could be Jameson Williams here. Mm-hmm. And keep in mind, the Texans need a receiver, and the Vikings secretly need a receiver because Adam Thielen's 32 years old. They need somebody opposite Justin Jefferson. And obviously the Eagles need one too. So the Saints so here's Roger Goodell with the pick. But Jermaine Johnson would make a lot of sense here too. I agree.
Yeah.
Yep, May 12th is when the 2022 NFL schedule comes out. That's the next biggest day on the calendar after this Saturday's rounds 4 through 7.
Oh, no. It's Monday, David. No more draft pick compensation. Watch the Ravens get signing people like crazy. That's the big day they've got circled.
Yeah, because they love compensatory picks, and they don't want any of their free agents to count against that formula. Good call.
So free agency starts for, the Ravens and the Patriots and those type of teams there starts on Monday. So hopefully we'll see a little uptick in that market.
What would be a better regular season opener? Buffalo at the Rams or Broncos at the Rams?
Ooh. That's good either way. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm fine with either one of those.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe Buffalo. Either one's great. I wouldn't have a problem with either one.
Yeah.
Maybe. I think
the first Thursday night, September 17th, the first Amazon Prime game will be Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs against Justin Herbert and the Chargers.
That's a good matchup.
I love that game.
Great matchup.
Ooh. Great matchup.
Love it. I may be a Broncos fan, but I just love watching Mahomes and Herbert go toe-to-toe, man. They always go down to the wire.
Oh, God. Yeah, that's.
I wish they would save all these speeches and stuff for the middle rounds.
Absolutely. But,
I want to get the pick, man. I love you, Tony G, but stop talking, man.
Yeah, let's get that pick going. But what would you do? Jermaine Johnson or Olave or one of Olave or Jameson Williams here? Quick answer.
I'm taking Olave.
What about you, Hal?
Olave. I think he's the pick. I think it's good. Makes too much sense.
Yeah.
More I think about it, they got to be going there. But yeah, I think it's interesting because now we set up, Minnesota, and this is really could turn into, wide receivers and, 4 out of 5 picks here.
Vikings and Texans, 12-13. I think we're entering the floor for Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah, I mean, I
had
him go.
It is
Chris
Chris
Olave.
Olave.
All right.
You called it, Andrew and Al. Great job, guys. Why Chris Olave over Jameson Williams? Jameson Williams seems to be recovering pretty well from that ACL.
Yeah, I still just think, recovering from ACL, like, you can tear it again very easily. You're more prone to, obviously. So I think that's kind of one of the things that, maybe shies, people away. But I think, again, I love Brian Hartline. He's a great position coach, great wide receivers coach. And I think that those Ohio State boys, I think that those two were the best players in the draft, or the best receivers in the draft. And I just think he's a great route runner, has really good speed. I just think he's a better prospect.
Yeah, Olave, the question was the speed with him, and then he came out in the combine and ran the sub 4.40, and I think that cemented him, as a top 15 pick right there. So smooth. That's what I think of when I see him. He's got
and Jameis Winston, he's getting a 2-year tryout here, and he has arm strength. You need a guy who could stretch the field. Jameis Williams can do that, but so can Chris Olave. And Olave I think it was Daniel Jeremiah who thinks that Olave is the most polished route runner out of anybody in this class. Gets open on a fly, and I think this could be an olive branch to Michael Thomas, who's been unhappy in recent years.
And I don't know if you just saw, but there's definitely a trade that just happened.
Ooh, are you watching ESPN?
Wow.
Ooh.
Wait, that's way
the
up.
Lions.
Who traded up? The Lions?
Yeah.
I did not.
The Lions traded all the way up from 32. My God. I think they're targeting a quarterback. It has to be for a quarterback here.
There's no way.
There was buzz about Malik Willis to the Lions at 2. I think this is going to be Malik Willis.
There's no way.
The Lions are a very good landing spot for him. He can sit for a year behind Goff.
Unless they were really serious about Hamilton at 2 and were like, oh man, I can't believe we passed on him, and now here he is still on the board 10 picks later.
Yeah,
it has to be Hamilton, but I think it has to be for a quarterback. If they gave up one of their first next year, it has to be for a quarterback.
I call me crazy, but we did just see a very big run on receivers. Could this be Jameson?
Ooh, yeah.
I know they have DJ. They just signed DJ Chark. They have Amon-Ra. But if you're going to get anything out of Jared Goff, you got to give him people to throw to. I don't think it's going to happen. I do think this probably is for Hamilton. But I don't know. And I just saw the trade. They gave up 32, 34, and 66 and got 12 and 46.
Wow.
So they swapped. They did a little swap of the second round picks there.
Yeah, so Vikings now have 32 and 34.
Since they did not give up a first, this could be for a Jameson Williams, or it could be for a Kyle Hamilton as well.
Hamilton or Williams, I think either. Yeah, it's got to be one of those two.
I think I'm leaning now more towards Williams just because obviously it's not for a quarterback, so you still have your first round pick next year. There's plenty of good quarterbacks in next year's draft. I'm really liking Jameson right here.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it is Willis, though. But we shall. And keep in mind, the Lions coached Malik Willis at the Senior Bowl. They know a lot about him, and they did a lot of work on him.
I just think if you're trading up that much for quarterback in this draft,
Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, the very good first move for him as Vikings GM, doing the old Browns thing, accumulating more picks. Nobody should be surprised by this. This is a Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah trade right here, isn't it?
100%. I think they're very much focused on the future and stockpiling picks in the middle rounds and even next year. Because who knows? Now with the more picks they acquire, they could trade back to get some more stuff next year. because they did pick up a 2022 third-round pick. That's this year. I'm just looking at the trade details again. But
all the picks were here. No capital next year was sacrificed by the Lions.
Yeah. So
Here we go.
I think
Did
they're
the
holding on.
Eagles. Did the Eagles trade up too? Oh,
No. Yeah, they did to 13.
they're 13. Oh,
What
jeez.
in the world?
Wow.
It is Jameson Williams.
All right.
Wow.
Okay, I like it.
Jameson Williams.
All right. I did not expect the Lions to jump up that much. Holy cow! But
Oh.
they clearly liked him.
Well, there's our wide receiver run. 4 out of the last 5 picks at wide receiver.
And as Jeremy Fowler reported yesterday, picks 11 to 14 are the sweet spot for trades. We've had 3 trades already, 11, 12, and 13.
Wow.
Texans trade back 2 spots, I believe, to the Eagles.
Wow.
And the Eagles missed out on their wide receiver, apparently, but I think they could be targeting edge or Jordan Davis. I think it's Jermaine Johnson or Jordan Davis. I think they leapfrog Baltimore for one of those 2 guys to beef up that front again. Don't you think so, Andrew?
If this isn't Kyle Hamilton, I am finding another team. There's literally no way. Like there's been so many people that have like said, "Oh, if Kyle Hamilton falls, they're going to jump on him." I'm just as shocked that he's there at 13. If this is not Hamilton, I don't know, because I think Jermaine Johnson was going to be there at 15. Man,
Baltimore needs an edge. They don't have who they have outside of Odafe Owe.
Right. I liked Wyatt going more towards them, on the inside. But man, if Hamilton makes so much sense here, and they gave up picks 124, 162, and 166. So 6th round, a 5th, and 2 6ths. Not terrible.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
Hamilton just makes so much sense here.
Yeah.
Because safety was such an issue for us last year. We had Marcus Epps starting a lot of games, and Marcus Epps is barely a practice squad player. Man, I'm nervous right now. I mean,
Kyle Hamilton would make a lot of sense here, but knowing Howie Roseman, he loves to build his defense from front to back, and that front needs a lot of work now. This is Fletcher Cox's final season, and everybody would say Jordan Davis wouldn't last past Baltimore at 14. Jordan Davis was my first inkling as to who.
Yeah, I would love Jordan Davis here as well, but man, Hamilton is such a good prospect. It does make sense though. Fletcher Cox is probably his last year. Brandon Graham's getting old. Derek Barnett's going to be gone probably after this year. At least he should be. So, that leaves them with Javon Hargrave and Josh Sweat. So, I can see Davis going here.
Here's an interesting draft note. Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, and Jameson Williams went back to back to back. They were all teammates at Ohio State once upon a time.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow.
Man, I am pretty nervous to see where this goes. I will be ecstatic with Hamilton, and I will be happy with Jordan Davis, and anybody else I will be upset about. Because I did not expect the Eagles to be trading up right here. I am pleasantly shocked, especially that we've had 3 trades in a row now. That's insane.
Trading, wow. Yep, picks. Okay, so we just beat.
And forgive my Broncos fandom here tonight, guys. But after that, oh my God, look at this! This is on my phone. Here. And not only this, they also did this. The call. Russell Wilson getting the call. Here we go. Here we go.
That's awesome.
So excited, man. So excited to be a Denver Bronco. Can't we're fired up to him.
And that was George Pate from last year making the call to Patrick Surtain.
Broncos country. Let's ride.
Let's ride. All right, that's enough Broncos fan bias for the evening. I'll be neutral when they pick tomorrow because I'm not going to give them on automatic A grades. I'm just not. I promise. So Broncos social media team stealing the night for them on a night when they have no picks.
Oh, when we announced the pick, let's go. I'm shaking right
Well,
now.
Andrew's
losing it
Eagles
here,
fan.
you know?
All right, Eagles, make Andrew happy by taking Kyle Hamilton.
Oh.
But
I'm used to
Who's
getting let
next
down.
if they don't
Johnson
get-
makes a lot of sense here too.
Jermaine
Yeah, I mean,
Johnson,
I
Jordan
Davis would
Davis.
be a good pick.
I mean, Eagles. I mean, it's got to be. I just assume it's a defensive lineman here of some kind.
Yeah.
So
I mean, my Notre Dame bias is obviously coming through with Hamilton, but like, man, he's been one of the best players that I've watched in person, and so like I've just seen what he can do. And I mean, Davis obviously probably makes more sense, but
I mean, I think whoever doesn't get picked has to go to Baltimore, right? At
yeah,
14.
I think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Kyle Hamilton, if Jordan Davis is the pick here, I'm going Kyle Hamilton. That would be such a Ravens move to
can
have
you
Kyle
see that?
Hamilton move in your lap and pounce on him. Eric DeCosta would run to the podium with Kyle Hamilton's name on the card, wouldn't he?
Oh my God,
Yeah.
easily. And then you'd have the Eagles with Philadelphia picking. Who's picking at 15? That's not that'd be
Texans
Houston.
now.
Houston.
Texans traded back 2 spots.
Okay. Yeah,
And
then they'd still have Jermaine Johnson there. Oof,
yeah,
that's not
I mean,
bad.
yeah, you got to look at Houston right now. I mean, they're sitting pretty. It looks. I mean, they have the potential to get Hamilton, who they probably could have picked at number 3, and nobody would have cared. If they can get him at 15, that's gonna be a win.
I mean, Houston's going to be sitting here and saying we're going to get either Hamilton, Jordan Davis, or Jermaine Johnson. That's like can't lose right there. You know,
Nick
you
Caserio
got one
did
of
a
them.
great job tonight.
Yep. You're in a great position right there with any of those 3. So they'll draft Malik Willis or something stupid like that. You know?
God, if it's Malik Willis, I swear, dude, no.
Yeah, well,
Not a
Todd
chance.
McShay said that nobody he spoke to around the NFL expected a quarterback to be picked 1 through 19. Let's take that for what it's worth. So we could see the first quarterback off the board. We might not see the first quarterback off the board until 20 at the earliest, although I wouldn't sleep on New Orleans.
New Orleans, probably
Yeah,
Pittsburgh.
I think that's, I had them initially taking Kenny Pickett at 19, so I mean, I could see it.
Yep. Ian Rappaport saying what I said. Fletcher Cox likely entering his final year of the Eagles. Ravens. Jordan Davis was like one of their man crushes of this draft.
Mhm.
So the Eagles leapfrog over the Ravens. So Eagles pick 13. So they surrendered their 4th, add 2 5ths. Caserio loan up on those darts, man.
Smart move.
So good job by the Commanders, Lions, and Vikings and Texans to load up in this deep draft and get as many bites at the apple as possible. And I think this is only the beginning of the seller's market that will classify this draft. I don't think we're done at all this evening.
A lot more trades to be made here, I think. Yep.
This evening alone, I would say. Like,
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
do 2 or 3 more.
Oh, yeah. Easily.
Man, this is taking forever.
Here we go.
Finally. Here we go. Come on, Roger.
I don't mind this. You have to give love to high school football players.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they're honoring female high school football players too. We have to acknowledge that more girls are getting involved in football these days, and here we go. You go, Andrew. It is Jordan Davis.
Okay.
Jordan Davis it is. The future replacement for Fletcher Cox, typical Howie Roseman style trenches pick right there. Now, Jordan Davis, he is a super freakish athlete. To run 4.7 at 340 pounds is absolutely ridiculous. And he brings more in the pass rush than many think. Like I remember when I was a little boy, I was watching the Arizona Cardinals, and they had a hulky defensive tackle named Eric Swan, who was always in the backfield. Jordan Davis is a very similar kind of player to Eric Swan, but the only main bugaboo about him is, can he grow into a player that can play a significantly greater number than 50% of the snaps? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
I mean, it was a good pick. You know, I can't be upset. I think he's going to be a great addition. I'm just still processing losing Kyle Hamilton when he was sitting right in our laps. But it's a Howie, like you said, it's a Howie Roseman move. So I trust in Howie.
Well, I mean, it's like his teammate Trayvon Walker. You know, he's got all the skills. He's got, you know, the freakish athleticism to be a great pass rusher. You're rolling the dice and saying, we're going to be able to develop this guy into that, because right now, you know, Jordan Davis did not show that pass rush ability over the last 4 seasons. I mean, probably, you know, if you need a big guy in the middle that can make plays in the running game, fantastic, you know, get in the backfield, disrupt that, but he's got to be able to show the ability to get in the backfield on passing downs, attack the quarterback. He didn't do a lot of that at Georgia, but he's got all those traits, the ability to do that. The athleticism is, like David said, it's freakish there without a doubt. And so, hey, you know, he's going to have Fletcher Cox there to learn from. So great position to land in, you know.
And Javon Hargrave, too. He's no slouch.
Exactly. So, yeah, good room for him to be in there with the other defensive tackles. So hard to fault that pick as far as I'm concerned. It's a
yes. And now with the Ravens on the clock, I don't see anything else for them to do but to take Hamilton. Yes, you signed Marcus Williams in free agency. The only other alternative here that would make sense is Jermaine Johnson to line up opposite Odafe on the edge.
Yeah.
But I just think Kyle Hamilton's the best player, period. And if he is the top player on Eric DeCosta's board, he is going to say, fuck positional value. We're taking you, Kyle Hamilton. Do you think Kyle Hamilton would be a better pick for the Ravens than Jermaine Johnson would, despite that need at edge? What do you think, Hal?
It's the classic, you know, the need versus the best player. And, you know, every NFL team will tell you that they're going to draft the best player, but every team goes out there and drafts for need because they have to. Mm-hmm. Because, you know, unless you're Andy Reid or Bill Belichick and, you know, you've got a 5-year window to skate. If things go bad, you can take the chance and say, I'm going to take the best player in the draft and sit him on the bench for 2 years. You know, best player available. Most GMs, most coaches don't have that luxury. So it's always going to go for needs. So I'm going to say, you know, Baltimore, as much as they'd love Kyle Hamilton here, probably leaning towards that pass rush because they desperately need that. So,
Hal, I will send you $100 if it is not Kyle Hamilton here. I'm so confident in this. There's absolutely no way that they don't take Hamilton here. It would be a very tragic mistake. I mean, he's a generational talent.
Yeah, they did sign Marcus Williams though, but so what? You need two safeties.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, this guy was the best player in the draft. I mean, he's only slipped because of positional value. But, I mean, there comes a time when enough is enough. And, I mean, he's going right here.
Yeah, I would do Kyle Hamilton as well because I think, it does drop after Jermaine Johnson, but I would be perfectly content in round 2 with a Josh Paschal of Kentucky as well. You could wait for Josh Paschal on day 2.
Yeah.
And yes, there are a lot of deep safeties, but the safeties are going to go rather quickly. So I think Kyle Hamilton in that way makes even more sense than Jermaine Johnson here because the depth at edge is deeper than the depth at safety. And yes, the safety class is pretty top heavy and it's pretty deep as well. But after the guys that are going to go tonight and then the first couple of picks tomorrow, there's a pretty steep drop off.
Yeah, I mean, after Dax Hill and Lewis Seen, really not a whole lot back there. So I just think you got to go. I mean, there's plenty of edge rushers here. Not to say that Jermaine Johnson is not a great player because he is, but they're the safeties. You have to grab him, and the fact that Hamilton's even here,
even on the board.
Here we go, Ravens.
Yeah, they boy. Yeah, he can't tumble.
It is Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah, there was no way.
Vintage Baltimore Ravens. Vintage Baltimore
How
Ravens.
does Baltimore? I mean, wow, the luck
That's
of
crazy.
the Ravens. Jeez.
They just wait patiently, and a gem falls in their laps all the time. This is. There's a little bit of luck involved, but I think it's just how amazing their scouting staff is. Like they start work earlier than almost any other team, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the great thing is like, if they were really this high on Kyle Hamilton, you would have thought that they would have had to trade up to get him. The fact that again that he's there at 14, I just think that they valued edge rusher or whatever else a little bit higher, but the talent gap between the top safety and the top edge rusher is astronomical, and so I just think that's 100%. You're taking your best player available, and in this instance, the best player available happens to be the best player in the draft. Yeah,
I mocked Kyle Hamilton to the Ravens in one of my 5 mock drafts this cycle, and I said then what I just said now, vintage Ravens. I just can't stop repeating that now.
Yeah, I mean, what a
and then you got Houston coming up now, and I mean,
I think it's Jermaine Johnson here, but here's a little curveball for y'all. Okay. Devontae Wyatt, because the most important position in the Lovie Smith defense is that 3 technique, because you want to only get pressure with 4, and that 3 tech has the shortest route to get to the quarterback. So that is the only option I can think of for the Texans here, aside from Jermaine Johnson, although I think you go Jermaine Johnson ahead of Devontae Wyatt. Do you, Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, they need help pretty much everywhere. They addressed corner early on. You could double dip and address your defense, or again, I mean, you mentioned it earlier. I don't think this is happening, but if they really believe in Davis Mills, you got to either get him some protection because your protection's not great, or maybe a weapon here. I think this makes a lot of sense. This is about where I would have mocked Tyler Linderbaum, or Linderbaum? I mean, even Kenyon Green. He's been going up really high on draft boards. I mean, they could go offensive line here. I don't think they will, but especially if they were serious about moving on from Laramie Tunsil, it could happen.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely Houston, a team that, should be looking in the trenches, need help there without a doubt. Maybe we see, is it too high for Trevor Penning? Again, Jermaine Johnson sitting there if you want to double up on defense again. A lot of different picks. And you said Kenyon Green, Zion Johnson out of Boston College as well, interior offensive lineman there. Linderbaum there as well, like you brought up, Andrew. So a lot of Devontae Wyatt even, so I mean, you can get into the trenches. You're in good shape either side of the ball here. They've got a lot of options, and again, it being Houston, it's. I'd expect a curveball with them. So.
Yeah.
Oh boy, we got another trade. The Baltimore Ravens are trading Marquise Hollywood Brown to the Arizona Cardinals.
Wow.
Here we go, Texans. It is Kenyon Green.
Wow.
Whoa.
Okay, I did not expect it, honestly.
Nobody expected this.
Wow. I mean, it makes sense, but I didn't think that that's the direction they were going to go.
Wow. I mean, yeah. I mean, this is
Nobody was mocking Kenyon Green this high.
no.
Yeah.
No way.
I had him at 27. So.
This sounds kind of like more of a Jack Easterby move than a
Yeah.
Nick Caserio move, doesn't it?
It's the first guy to get drafted that wasn't in the draft room.
Oh, jeez.
Wow, yeah. So the Cardinals got traded from pick 23 for Marquise Brown and pick number 100.
What? The Ravens got another pick?
Yes,
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! It's thievery! Aaron DaCosta, you're a thief!
They're
You're a
picking
thief!
it.
You just sold Kyle Hamilton and you get
Wow.
a 23 for Marquise Brown? You just fleeced Steve Keim. What are you thinking, Arizona Cardinals? I don't get it!
In what I want to know, in what world is Marquise Hollywood Brown worth a first-round pick? Because holy cow.
That's crazy. I mean, with all the wide receiver depth in this draft, you're going to trade for Hollywood Brown? You give up your 23 overall pick? Oh,
if I'm Kyler Murray, I am heated right now.
oh.
I mean, they did play together.
Yeah, I was just going to say, weren't they teammates? Maybe that's they're trying to appease them. Oh,
Yeah. That I'm so shocked.
oh, I don't know. That's crazy. Wow.
Oh my God, Eric DaCosta, you are winning the night so far.
Now we got the Commanders on the clock. Pick's already almost in.
Yeah. I think
receivers in play here.
I don't think so. The receiver board's messed up right now. They don't need an edge. Trent McDuffie, maybe.
I really
Justin
do.
Hill.
I think it's receiver, man. Like, there's nobody here. I mean, they don't.
There's a lot of talk of Washington and receivers. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard Dotson. I've heard Skye Moore. I mean, it's possible.
It's about, a little bit earlier than I thought it would be, but like we've been talking about these, Kyle Hamilton at 14, Green at 15, Jordan Davis at 13. It's, things are, the board's starting to get a little bit crazy here.
Mm-hmm.
And Peter King was right. The trades are almost as wild as the ones in March. It is real, man. I love this. But Arizona Cardinals, I think it's one of those trades where you give the Ravens an A+++.
Yeah.
Just add another plus there. Let's go bigger than Lisa Simpson's grade on The Simpsons. A+++++. And you give the Ravens an F-.
Yeah, I don't know what the Cardinals.
I mean, the Cardinals.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what
the Cardinals are doing.
That's like a desperate appeasement move for Kyler Murray. My gosh, that's. How would you feel? We're gonna pick up your 5th-year option, but we'll bring back your college teammate. How about we bring him in for you? Is that better?
Yeah.
Do you want to stay with us? Ugh.
Your teammate, your old college teammate, is really not a number 1 receiver.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, I think right here with the Commanders, I think you got to go receiver. I mean, give somebody out.
Who would make sense here? Traylon Burks.
Burks would make sense.
I think
yeah.
one of either the top three. I think Burks, Dotson, or even Skye Moore. I think from a fit aspect, I think Dotson will fit a little bit better, and I think Dotson, McLaurin, and then Curtis Samuel in the slot. I think you're looking pretty good right there. Diami Brown from last year, he showed stretches of maybe being okay, and I think if you're Ron Rivera, you're realizing like, hey, I still think Carson Wentz can do it. I personally do as well, but time to
You
not
got to
give
get him weapons.
Got to give him weapons. Leave him no excuse.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. Aside from Eric DeCosta and the Ravens, who are the biggest winners tonight so far?
I honestly think the Giants and the Jets. I think.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the two New York
Giants,
teams.
absolutely. Joe Shane,
Yeah.
Brian Dable, we praise them big time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have two picks in the top 10 each, and they hit really well on each of their picks. I think they're definitely the winners of this draft so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it could have fallen any better for the two New York teams. Jets got my cornerback number one, wide receiver number one, without having to move any assets to get them.
Mhm.
And the Giants got arguably two guys that were rated 1 and 2 on a lot of boards in Neal and Thibodeau.
Here comes Rob Goodell with commander selection.
Oh my God. Dotson.
It is a wide receiver, and it is Jahan Dotson from Penn State.
So Adam Schefter just tweeted about a blockbuster trade, guys. The Titans are trading A.J. Brown to the Eagles.
Oh, my goodness.
What in the world? This draft night is crazy. This is crazy.
It's been as advertised. Thank you, football gods.
A.J. Brown to the Eagles.
Wow. That's I don't even. Wow. Whew. All right, but I mean, Dotson I think was a good move here. I think now Carson Wentz has that trio of really good receivers. He's got a solid running game. Offensive line is improved. I think they need to address it a little bit more with some depth later on, but I think that's a good pick from them.
Oh my God. The NFL, this has been the best, most entertaining offseason in NFL history. And my wish came true. It continues in full force tonight, man. Oh God, I just love football. That is all. I just can't stop it, man. But A.J. Brown, So it looks like the Eagles, the Titans get the first and a third back. And I think this isn't a bad move for the Titans at all, because they get 2 picks in the first round now. And especially after surrendering that for Julio Jones, it adds a lot of capital to their war chest. And they need it, because if they don't want to pay A.J. Brown that kind of money, I think this is a trade that kind of makes sense for both sides. But the Chargers make their pick. Trevor Penning or Zion Johnson here would make a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Here we go.
I'm still a little shook over these trades, man. This is
I know. This is crazy, man.
This is wild.
Zion Johnson, very
Wow.
good pick by the Chargers. Zion Johnson, as high a floor player as you could get in this draft to protect Justin Herbert. He might not be a tackle, but he upgrades that offensive line. The right tackle position is still an issue, but Zion Johnson adds another body to that offensive line. That interior offensive line's a wall now. Corey Linsley, Matt Filer, Zion Johnson, Rashawn Slater. 4 out of the 5 positions on that line are set. Tom Telesco, very good pick here.
Yeah, that's a very good pick. I saw a bunch of talk about how they were going to draft a receiver, and I just didn't think that made sense really at all, given the state of their offensive line. I think Johnson probably is going to slot in at that right guard spot, I'd say. I think that's probably where he's going to be, better suited. But Justin Herbert has the protection now. I mean, he's probably, in my opinion, I mean, he's definitely in the top 10 for quarterbacks in the NFL, maybe borderline top 5. I mean, give him more protection. That's going to help the run game. Solid pick from them.
Yeah, I like it. Johnson. I probably had Johnson over Kenyon Green as well. If you're looking at interior offensive linemen, so to be able to grab him there, like you said, David, 4 out of the 5 spots. The most important thing is going to keep Herbert upright and healthy, because that's where that success goes for them. And Johnson is one of those, the most solid picks that you can make. Like, he's plug and play starter. Pencil him in there at guard. He can slide over to center if need be. Versatile on the inside. So great pick right there for the Chargers. And position, whether you say guard or tackle, they needed help on the offensive line, and it upgrades them there. So I love that pick for the Chargers here. So.
Definitely.
AJ Brown, good.
That's crazy. No, Titans.
Yeah. So AJ Brown, how does he complement Devontae Smith? Andrew?
Oh man, let me tell you, I'm loving the trade. I was a little shocked at first because I really did not expect that at all. That was insane. But I mean, what the Eagles were severely lacking is, obviously Devontae Smith's bread and butter is that deep game. They don't have a big-bodied receiver that works over the middle of the field because they have Jalen Reagor and Quay Watkins. Okay, like AJ Brown's going to be that nice complement to open up those verticals a little bit. I think he's going to go great in that offense.
Yeah, I mean, to get AJ Brown for that pick.
Yeah, so what do the Titans do here? Because you're bare on weapons. Do you take another wide receiver here? And this is interesting. Zion Johnson's roommate at Boston College, Mike Vrabel's son, Tyler.
Yes, right. Wow.
So the Titans barely miss on Zion Johnson, but Trevor Penning, I think, makes a lot of sense for them here because he's that physical tackle that helps that offense stick to its run-first identity. He makes a ton of sense, especially if they think that Dylan Radins, who they picked last year, is better off at guard. Trevor Penning makes a lot of sense here. Yeah,
I like Penning a lot. I don't really think I mean, they also still have that second first-round selection now still, too. So, I mean, they could go defense here. I could see them potentially going linebacker here. We haven't seen a linebacker get taken yet. This could potentially be the spot because they need an upgrade on the inside.
Quay Walker. Watch Quay Walker now.
But, I mean, you could see Treylon Burks go here, too. I mean, there's multiple ways to go.
Yeah.
I think, obviously, you just lose A.J. Brown. It probably makes sense to, even though you have Robert Woods, you still can't get by with one receiver, even though you do have Derrick Henry and you're going to run the ball 65% of the time. You still got to pass. So I think Burks kind of does make a decent amount of sense here as well.
Yeah, if they're trading A.J. Brown, they've got to use one of these 2 picks on a wide receiver here. So definitely see that. Wide receiver, linebacker makes the most sense.
And I think Treylon Burks is pretty similar to A.J. Brown and what he can do. I mean, he's a 6'3", 225-pound receiver, and I'm pretty sure A.J. Brown's just around that as well. So I think it's a good swap right there.
Oh my God, this is. I just want to give a shout out to a very good friend of the podcast, Teron Davenport, who covers the Tennessee Titans for ESPN. Before he covered the Titans, he covered the Eagles. This is the Teron Davenport trade.
No.
Oh man. 18th. Man, the wide receiver movement though. Geez, the run in the draft, the trades.
This will be what, the 5th receiver taken, I think, right now.
Yeah, 1, 2.
If he goes. Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, and we're
5, 6.
We're at 6 already?
Because Dotson was 5, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so we've got 5 wide receivers.
And I guarantee you, if he does go here, we're going to see at least 2 more
Yeah.
in this first round. I still think Moore's a good candidate to get picked here. That's crazy.
Yeah. Oof.
First 10 picks were so smooth, and then now we're
It's
just
just
hitting chaos with trades. This is nuts.
Your wide receiver
This
with the
has
last
been the
name
most-
Brown.
Has
Look
this
out.
been the most entertaining first round you've ever seen?
Yeah.
It's got to
And-
be. It's easily. Yeah. I mean,
And so with the trade with AJ Brown, the Eagles already extended him 4 years, $100 million.
Thank you for that scoop there, Coach.
Gotcha. Oh man, and my whole I've stayed off Twitter. I've been good until this point, but my whole Twitter feed has just been everybody
oh god, yeah.
roasting the Cardinals right now. Oh man, Cardinals are getting destroyed on Twitter right now.
As they should be. Giving up a first for a one-trick pony wide receiver and Hollywood Brown.
God.
What the hell?
I'm still so shook over that. I thought for sure they were gonna maybe give up a second or a third.
Here we go.
Burks or more. Come on.
I'm thinking
It
Burks.
is Traylon Burks.
Yep.
Good
All
job,
right.
Coach. Yeah, the Aaron Rodgers and the Packers love Traylon Burks too. They are very upset now. The receiver
Yeah,
cover
they-
looks bare.
They're sweating back there now because they've missed out on now 6 receivers.
Yeah,
They
this
cannot
is,
be happy.
This is a bad run for Green Bay, definitely.
Yeah.
And that's music to this Bears fans' ears and the Broncos fans' ears because we beat the Packers in the Super Bowl. And because, for the record, I actually preferred Russell Wilson over Aaron Rodgers because of age. And
Age and the
I
fact
just
that
want somebody in that division to tear Aaron Rodgers, that drama queen, a new way.
he's just full of drama and everything, and it's just he's not a good fit aspect. And I'm already waiting to see how he's going to feel about this draft with them missing out on 6 receivers. I'm sure he's probably conjuring up something now.
Yeah, Traylon Burks. You said, how is he comparable to A.J. Brown? Another comp that was flying around for Traylon Burks during this process was a jumbo-sized Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think another thing too that the Titans could potentially look to do, if they see that they're in a rebuild mode, I think they could potentially offload Tannehill tonight too. You never know.
Oh yeah. Shoot.
Oh, yeah.
With the way that all these trades are going.
Yeah. Send him to Carolina.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean they're even comparing him to AJ Brown right now. So I mean that's.
Yeah.
I think that was
very
that's a
similar
perfect fit.
measurables. Very, very similar measurables on that next gen stats graphic on NFL Network. Now you got the Saints again. Could this be Kenny Pickett or Malik Willis here?
I think it is. I didn't really think, I had them picking Kenny Pickett. I think Pickett makes the most sense. All I know is that I'm really excited for pick number 20, but I can tell you when it comes up to that. But New Orleans could go quarterback here. They could go Jermaine Johnson. I mean, they can go multiple ways here. And it's crazy that we're 19 picks in, and I don't think anybody's really made, a bad pick. The only real bad move that we've had has been Arizona.
Cardinals.
Yeah, the
But
Cardinals.
nobody's really whiffed. And I think that's crazy so far.
Yeah, I mean the Kenyon Green was a little surprising that high, but other than
I think
that,
he fits that.
But right, exactly.
Yeah.
It's not a
It's not like you're taking a third round talent.
exactly. Yeah, there's no weird stretch here, and I mean 3 weeks ago Dotson would have been a stretch at 16, but the way he's been flying up the boards, and the like we said, we were looking to see if that wide receiver once London went off the board, it was certainly broke the sieve wide open, and it's been a crazy run. 6 was selected, 2 trades. Jeez, Crazy.
Yeah, this has been pretty insane.
Absolutely. Like, I just think it's either Jermaine Johnson or a quarterback here.
Yeah, I mean, I like Penn in this spot too. Like there's just so many ways that they could go. I could see them going Penning just because I'm not a big fan of James Hurst. So I think Penning kind of does make sense here to be that left tackle. Because I mean, if Jameis Winston wants anything right now, is he wants some protection after what happened. So Penning could make a lot of sense here too.
Yeah. Yeah, you got the wide receiver, New Orleans. You can, keep loading up.
Yeah, I think
So what would you do here? Would you take a quarterback here?
I wouldn't take a quarterback. I think it's Jameis got the job for the next year or two, and I think they're very happy with him. He played really well before he got hurt last year. I think it's putting things around Jameis to improve him. We saw that. They got the wide receiver Olave. I think they continue to be picking on that side of the ball. And if you're looking at, offense right now, there's a lot of really good defensive players, but I think you're looking at offensive line there. And that's when you're looking at Linderbaum or Penning here, something to upgrade that offensive line and protect Jameis and keep giving him ways to help him on offense.
The buzz was they had eyes on a tackle, and if they think Penning can be that left tackle of the future, I think they'll make that move.
Yeah, I think it makes the most sense.
Got it. Our troops are announcing the pick. This is good.
Nice.
All right.
It is Trevor Penning.
Okay.
They get their Teron Armstead replacement. There we go.
I mean that's a huge loss. So I mean, you got to replace him, and I think that's the best move. I think that's the smarter pick. I mean, I think that shows that they do believe in Jameis Winston, and they want to give him a chance to, prove himself.
Yeah. Absolutely. Definitely. So and Trevor Penning was expected to go in the first round. Somewhere he goes, indeed, right here to the New Orleans Saints, and the top 4 tackles are already gone. The Steelers get their pick of the litter at quarterback at 20. Todd McShay was dead on. No quarterbacks taken in the top 19. Now, would you take Kenny Pickett, who has a high floor but a limited ceiling, or Malik Willis, who has a super high ceiling but a very, very, very low floor?
I think what I think the smartest thing for the Steelers to do. I think the smartest thing is to say bollocks to all the quarterbacks in this draft and wait until next year, because Mitchell Trubisky is not a terrible quarterback.
No,
he was a victim of Matt Nagy. We saw how bad Matt Nagy's offense was. The fact that he went 11-3, I think, as a starter in 2018, he's put up great numbers. It's just he was a victim of playing in Chicago under terrible coaching. He's a good quarterback, and I don't really think any quarterback in this draft is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
And I think that the Steelers have so many needs on their team. I mean, their offensive line is terrible. Their
Tyler
secondary
Linderbaum would make some sense.
Yeah.
But if they want to look towards next year, I would move down and accumulate future assets if you can.
I like that too.
Yeah.
The Steelers have turned their pick in. So my guess is it's either Malik Willis or Kenny Pickett. Rumors have been all over the place. Peter King said the Steelers believe that Kenny Pickett is likelier to succeed as a pro, but they were in love with Malik Willis this whole time. Like it was the worst kept secret at the Senior Bowl, their admiration for their love for Malik Willis. They were talking to his parents down there. Everybody went to Liberty's pro day, and the Steelers could have sent several of their other scouts and officials to other pro days that day because Liberty just only had one attraction there, Malik Willis. Everybody from the Steelers was at Liberty's pro day. Take it for what it's worth there.
I just don't get why you would take a quarterback after you signed Mitchell Trubisky. If you knew you were going to draft
it's only a 2-year deal, and it's very minimal. It's a very minimal deal. It doesn't preclude you from taking a quarterback. Nothing should preclude you from taking a quarterback, especially if you have a conviction about that quarterback. Do I share the Steelers' convictions about Malik Willis? I do not necessarily think so. But if you love a quarterback, you have to take him. And if a quarterback you love next year falls into your lap, take that quarterback as well. Have them compete with whoever you take here. Should you take a quarterback here and trade the loser of that quarterback battle? NFL teams have to start thinking like that.
What
do you think of that idea?
I just think it's like it's kind of. I think that's what they're going to do. I do think they're going to take Pickett over Willis, just based off of like Matt Canada's however you say his name, his offense, Mike Tomlin's offense. I mean, they've been so used to Big Ben. I think you kind of have to change your offense a little bit, getting Malik Willis. I don't think you have to with Kenny Pickett. But I just think what's crazy is say you pick Kenny Pickett here, and what do you do if, Mitchell Trubisky ends up balling out, being an MVP candidate? I mean, again, this is a stretch.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Has Green Bay traded Jordan Love yet?
No, it's because he stinks.
But that's the thing. That you don't.
If you get beat out by Trubisky, who's trading for you?
Exactly, and that's the thing is you're not going to have anything to show on your tape because you're getting beat out by Trubisky. I just think it's a risky move, but I think it's probably what they're going to do. I just think it's a very risky move.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. All right, Steelers. Is it Kenny Pickett? Is it Malik Willis? Is it Jermaine Johnson?
I think if they go quarterback, I think it's going to be Pickett.
Yeah, Pickett has the higher floor, but there was a lot of equally as loud chatter about their love for Malik Willis as well. And the Steelers aren't known for keeping things secret.
Yeah. Man, Jermaine Johnson has fallen. Really.
And keep in mind, this is Kevin Colbert's final draft as Steelers GM.
Man, I'm still.
And I think Malik Willis would make a lot of sense here, and because you don't have to play him right away, and the Steelers have as good an infrastructure as any team in the league, if not better than almost any team in the league, to help him succeed.
Yeah, I think from a fit aspect in their offense that they had under Roethlisberger, I think Pickett would be easier to make the transition.
But Mike Tomlin Kenny Pickett is mobile, but Mike Tomlin wants a mobile quarterback. Looks like Franco Harris is going to be making this pick for the Steelers. Here we go. First quarterback off the board here. Let's find out. The celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Immaculate Reception.
Wow.
Franco Harris himself making the pick. All right, Roger, let's get to the pick.
Yeah.
Not paying you to talk, Roger.
Here we go. Pickett
Oh.
is. The Pittsburgh Panthers stays home.
Indeed.
Oh.
Now with Kenny Pickett in the fold, what is the over-under of him starting? Do you think he starts week 1?
No, not at all.
Or shortly after that, like week 3 or 4 if Trubisky bombs?
I think there's actually a bet for like Trubisky to be benched, and it was over under 8.5. I'm personally taking the over. I don't think it's going to happen. I love Kenny Pickett. I think he's going to be a great NFL quarterback, but I don't like the pick here. This is the first one where I really haven't been a fan of it. Not because of Pickett, but because of I just think that I don't know. I just didn't think quarterback was a need this year. I think it probably would have made more sense for them to do it next year if Trubisky does fall, because it's kind of the similar boat as Marcus Mariota. They know that he's not the franchise quarterback down in Atlanta, maybe, but they're giving him a chance. And I think that the Steelers really should have done the same thing with Trubisky.
Yeah, I mean, bridge and go for it when the quarterback class is deeper. I mean, I wasn't sold on any of these quarterbacks in the draft. Malik Willis is intriguing, but you take intriguing quarterbacks starting in the second round, not in the first round. And Kenny Pickett, again, he's somebody you pick in the 30s, 40s. 20 seems a little bit high for him here. Yeah. Oof.
And just a little note, the Ozzie Newsome drafted Lamar Jackson in his final draft, and now Kevin Colbert drafts Kenny Pickett in his last draft. So.
Well, Pickett going, all these wide receivers.
And another trade just got announced. The
Patriots have traded out?
Yep, to Kansas City.
Oh, I had that one pegged. Beautiful.
I think this is a trade for Boye, either a wide receiver, but I wouldn't be shocked if it's Boye Mafe, because the Packers need edge rush help too. And as I said to you on Tuesday night, Hal, it was reported by Tony Pauline of the Pro Football Network that Chiefs GM Brett Veach was enamored with Boye Mafe before he went off at the Senior Bowl. Before.
But I mean, if you got Jermaine Johnson,
Jermaine Johnson would make a ton of sense for the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, why take Mafe if you've got Johnson sitting there?
Yeah.
How dumb am I? I should have. I lost track of who's left on the board.
I know nobody thought he'd be there in the 20s. I didn't think Johnson would be in the 20s.
No, not at all. I think it's either him. I think they could go George Pickens here, maybe, if they thought that Green Bay was going to jump
Packers
on him.
like Pickens too.
Yeah, I mean, if they thought Green Bay was going to jump on him.
But the Chiefs are known for taking a risk on guys with the character red flags.
Yeah, I mean, if they thought the Packers were going to jump on him, they had to leapfrog him. Edge rushers at play here. Very much, I mean, corners at play here too. Booth is still there. I could see them taking Dax Hill here. I don't really necessarily think that they should have traded up. But those two are in play as well, I think. But I do think it's probably a receiver here, honestly. I'm not entirely sure. I can't peg this one, honestly.
Yes, I think the reason why I think the Steelers decided Pickett over Willis is because he was safer in terms of his floor. Don't you think so? Because he's a kind of what you see is what you get kind of guy.
Yeah, I mean, I also I didn't even realize too that I said corners for this pick, but I didn't even mention Trent McDuffie, and I kind of forgot about him, and I feel bad.
Oh wow, Patriots got 29, 94, and 121. Ooh.
Oh wow, that's a great deal.
That's a great haul. Holy, that's fantastic.
Trade up to 21. That's
George Pickens or Jermaine Johnson here are like the only two names I could see the Chiefs wanting to move up for, because the Packers were heavily connected to George Pickens.
I do.
But,
I like
the Packers needed edge help too with the losses to Darius Smith. I think Jermaine Johnson would be far better value here than all of the other receivers, don't you? Because the Chiefs need edge help almost as much as wide receiver help, if not more.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still leaning corner. Call me crazy, but I think if they're gonna go between receiver or edge rusher, I mean, Johnson just kind of makes sense. It's kind of like with Hamilton. I mean, there's no way that Johnson should have just been sitting here. So Johnson, I could see that, or maybe McDuffie or Booth, but I think Johnson's probably the better pick here.
We've already seen 6 wide receivers. I said there would be 8. I have a feeling we're going to get 8. And maybe the Lions, who were buzzed about no, they're not picking at 32 anymore, silly me.
No.
But maybe they traded back knowing he could be available in the second round. Just a thought.
Yeah. And I mean, we're definitely going to see another receiver. If Green Bay doesn't take a receiver, Aaron Rodgers is rioting around that town tonight.
Here we go. Trent McDuffie. They traded up for Trent McDuffie. They get a corner
with
everything but his arm length. Is great about Trent McDuffie. He's a very, very good prospect. What do you think of this pick for the Chiefs?
I mean, I mentioned him. I liked him a lot. I really didn't think that they would have needed to trade up for him. I think that's the only thing that I'm really not a big fan of, but I think it makes a lot of sense. He can kind of fill the role, I think, that Tyrann Mathieu kind of left. Maybe he could play up at safety. He can drop down to corner. I mean, I think he's very versatile, and I think it makes sense. I didn't see it coming with Johnson still on the board, but I mean, they must have liked him a lot better.
Yeah, again, it's that, where did you have him ranked? And if they had
they're
McDuffie
going
up,
wild at his house in
good.
California. These are my favorite images on draft night, to see all the families gathered together, cheering on the young man who's about to make his dreams come true. Love this. And it's I don't mean to get emotional here, but it's a mixed race family apparently, and I just love that sight.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, you can tell they're so excited. They're going nuts. I think this is probably my favorite part of watching the draft, is just to see all the celebration.
Yeah. I mean, we sit here and we analyze the players and we talk about them, but I mean, these are human beings, and they've got the same failings and fears and anxieties as everybody else here, and it's nice to be able to put that in perspective sometimes as well. Pick
is in for the Packers here. And yes, we have to put a human side on these players' faces. Indeed, I completely agree with that, and I will extrapolate on that theme in just a bit. But the Packers turned in the pick at 22. Benjamin Albright said the Packers really like 4 receivers: Traylon Burks, Jamison Williams, the Ohio State duo, we'll count them as one, and George Pickens.
Yeah.
Do you think Pickens is the pick here, or would Jermaine Johnson be a better pick? Because, like I said, they have a needed edge too.
I think Jermaine Johnson is probably the pick that you should make if Aaron Rodgers isn't your quarterback. But the fact that Aaron Rodgers is your quarterback, I think you have to take receiver, or you'll risk him running off to do Jeopardy again and causing a hissy fit. I don't mind the Packers, but I don't like Aaron Rodgers.
Like I said, he's a drama queen.
Well, I mean, we haven't hit any linebackers yet either.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Maybe the Patriots are crazy. A guy they love is going to be available for them at 29.
Yeah, I mean, I
think Dallas is snagging a linebacker. I think Dallas is going to end up snagging a linebacker at some point.
That makes sense. Yeah,
but for the Packers, I think your smart pick is Jermaine Johnson. Your Aaron Rodgers pick is you take George Pickens. But, man, I mean, or you could see Quay Walker, like you said. The run for linebackers could start now. I mean, there's so much to do. I am having so much fun with this draft, man.
Yeah, but Aaron Rodgers is going to be upset with all these wide receivers off the board already, and I think Green Bay will go wide receiver the second pick, but
Jermaine Johnson makes too much sense here because you just lost Zadarius Smith and Preston Smith. You signed him to an extension, and but you got some cap issues going forward. You got Rashawn Gary too, but you can never have too many pass rushers. Can't stress that enough. And so you think Jermaine Johnson would make more sense here, Hal?
I do. I certainly do.
All
I
right.
mean,
So here we go. Is it Jermaine Johnson or a George Pickens?
It's Quay, man. I think we're gonna see the run. I think we're gonna see the run of
Quay
linebacker.
Walker.
yeah.
Were you ahead? Was your TV ahead of us, Andrew?
No, I'm actually like behind you. I just saw that Goodell walk out on the stage, so I'm actually like behind you guys.
So Quay Walker, good job by Tom Pelissero. His sources were right. Quay Walker is indeed the first linebacker off the board. Quay Walker. Now, he doesn't necessarily have the brains of his Georgia teammate Nakobe Dean, but boy, does he have the athleticism.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and he hits, man. Like, I think Nakobe Dean he's obviously your smarter guy that has better play recognition. But Walker just finds the ball and just goes there and just hits it, man. Like
Bills trading up. Ooh.
Yeah, the Bills just traded up for the Ravens. Holy cow! But I think Walker's a great pick. You know, I liked him better than Devin Lloyd. I think him and Dean, I think they were both 1A and 1B. I think it's a good pick. I think it's a good pick there. Not an Aaron Rodgers pick. He's probably mad, but who cares?
The Bills could do many things here because they have very few holes on their roster. But the one glaring hole is that corner spot opposite of Tre'Davious White, who's coming off a torn ACL. Andrew Booth Jr., I think, makes good sense. I don't know why they would trade up ahead of the Cowboys for a guy like Breece Hall. I just don't. But the Cowboys do it. Zeke coming out of contract soon, most likely. This could be the last year of Zeke in Dallas. They might have heard whispers that they could have been thinking about Breece Hall, but I don't see a running back here. But yes, you did sign Von Miller, and you have Gregory Rousseau from last year and Boogie Basham, but
Rousseau and Basham did nothing last year.
Yeah, Rousseau was really bad.
And they had another high pick, a second-round pick the year before. I can't think of his name.
Epinesa.
Yeah.
If Jermaine Johnson would make more sense than many would think here.
Yeah, I just at 23, that's insane that he's still here. And I think if the Bills traded up, this is the only guy that it makes sense to trade up for right now.
Yes, not Breece Hall.
Not Breece Hall. There's a running back shouldn't even be taken in the first round anymore.
Exactly.
I mean, a corner maybe, but you would have the same pickings of your corners at the back end of where you already were. So I don't know if that makes sense. I think it's got to be Jermaine Johnson. It's the only person that they could have traded up for.
And plus, you gave Von Miller quite a bit of money, but you have to keep in mind he's 33 years old, and the main reason why he was able to do what he did in the playoffs last year is because he was playing with Aaron Donald. If you saw him earlier in the season with the Broncos, it's apparent he cannot necessarily be Batman anymore. He's better in more of a Robin role. And to put Jermaine Johnson and Ed Oliver in the middle, that gives Von a better chance of seeing more one-on-ones next year.
Yeah, I mean, he's just the perfect fit in this offense, or defense. Sorry, but I mean, like I said, like they could go they could go corner here. I don't really think Booth would be worth it to trade up for. I mean, I think Elam is still there. I think Dax Hill makes a lot of sense here. If they're not
with Jordan Poyer, they don't want to pay Poyer, so it's
Dax Hill, absolutely. And plus Dax Hill, he can play slot corner for you as well as safety. It's that versatile defensive back that Sean McDermott wants.
Yeah, I mean, I think that helps. If they're gonna go corner, I think it's gonna be Elam. It's either Elam for me or it's got to be Jermaine Johnson. If it's not Jermaine Johnson, that's gonna be insane.
Yeah.
But they're taking a lot of time off the clock here.
Yeah, but
so I think I think that they're in the same boat that, we're kind of thinking for them. Do we go Elam? Do we go Andrew Booth? Do we go Jermaine Johnson, who was a top 10 talent? There are so many ways that they could go with this. I think Elam is a good fit. I think Booth is a good fit. I mean, even Nakobe
Elam's got that
Dean could
length.
go here too.
Well,
Picks in. Okay. Let's get back to it. Yeah, I mean, cornerback, such a whole cornerback edge. It's got to be one or the other here.
yeah, it has to be. You have to stick to positional value here. Can't trade
Yeah.
up for a running back here.
Yeah, if it's a running
And
back.
the Ravens just get another 4th round pick, and that
Oh.
and it's in rounds 3, 4, and early 5th is where the meat of this draft is. Picks 50 through 150. Ravens now have like 5 4th round picks, 4, 5, or 6. One of the that's just my estimate right now. Another victory for Eric DaCosta on his award-winning night tonight.
Yeah, the Ravens are having an amazing draft. This is crazy because there's a lot of solid value in the middle rounds.
Yeah.
And I think that they're going to hit on a lot of guys in this draft.
Yeah, Ravens.
Yeah, that's exactly what an NFL decision maker said to Peter King over the weekend. He said he expects the Ravens to knock this draft out of the park.
Yeah.
They were on
I mean,
something.
They're playing chess. Everyone else is playing checkers. They've
Oh,
got
God.
it all
I
figured out
was eating dinner at the Senior Bowl. Get this. And the Ravens had a whole cadre of scouts and coaches at the table, at one table over from me.
Oh, wow.
Amazing. Ugh.
Man, I really want to know where this is going to go.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy to get a 4th round pick for just only losing
2
2
spots. Yeah, it's only 2 spots. They're jumping the
Jeez.
Cowboys, so whoever
Yeah.
they're
Good.
jumping the
It has to
Cowboys,
be an
probably
edge or
not.
corner. Has to be.
Yeah, it's
Jermaine
got to be an
Johnson.
edge or
The
corner.
Cowboys
If they-
need an edge. It has to be Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah. I'm really
Here we go.
thinking corner.
Kyer Elam.
Elam.
It is a corner. Andrew, are you a psychic or what?
I'm just going with my gut tonight, man, because normally I don't, and I always overthink it, but because I wouldn't think that they would trade up for him because I don't really think Dallas was that enamored with them. But hey, I memean,
Yeah.
gotta do what you gotta do. I think corner's a big issue for them,
Yep.
and I think addressing that's going to be good. Go along with Tre'Davious White, Kyer Elam.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to stop. Somebody's got to stop Tyreek Hill now. So I mean, I think that pick makes a lot of sense.
It does.
Yeah, I mean,
and that was the only gaping hole on their roster, and the need met the value here because I think Kyer Elam had several other teams. I wouldn't be surprised if Tampa or if another team like Tampa was trying to trade up for him.
yeah, that might have been.
Because
Oh,
Kyer Elam has some connections to that staff. Todd Bowles is good friends with some Kyer Elam's relatives, like Abram Elam and his and he's related to Matt Elam, who was selected 32 overall to Baltimore in 2015. And Todd Bowles knows that family well, so I think they could have been fighting another team to trade up for him. That has to be the case.
Yeah. I tell you what, if the Eagles really have to go up against Jermaine Johnson and Kayvon Thibodeau both twice in the same year, I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh my God, the fact that Jermaine Johnson has now fallen to the Cowboys makes me sick.
Oh my God! No, this has to be where the Jermaine Johnson fall stops. I don't know why he's falling.
I hope they take a kicker.
Here's why it makes sense, because you do not have a long-term solution opposite of Take Lawrence, and now we're going to welcome in our good friend Billy Rossetti of the Bengals Wire. Welcome to the program,
Hey,
Billy. And,
Hello. Figured I'd crash the party a couple minutes here.
all right, but before we pivot to the Bengals here, we're on the Cowboys here, and I am saying that this has to be where the Jermaine Johnson fall stops, because the Cowboys, after losing Randy Gregory, they have absolutely no long-term solution opposite DeMarcus Lawrence, and DeMarcus Lawrence is kind of getting up there. You need another edge to line up on him across from him from day one, to allow Micah Parsons to constantly move all around the formation. This has got to be Jermaine Johnson. What do you think, Billy?
Yeah, I mean, how crazy is that? Jermaine Johnson still is on the board. Is that like a smoke screen? I can't figure out. That's what I was trying to figure out. Like, what's going on here? Yeah, I think Jermaine Johnson would be really good for Dallas here. Like you said, there's not much there on the edge. What do they have after DeMarcus Lawrence? And he's kind of long in the tooth. I think you really need to get somebody there, especially in that division. To get after some of these quarterbacks. Not that they're the greatest, but still, I mean, yeah, I would love for the fall to end here for Jermaine Johnson. I think that would be. I think this would be a great fit. I think Daxton Hill might fit as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Really intrigued what Dallas does here.
Yeah, and I have heard they want to move Micah Parsons back to linebacker. They don't want him on the edge anymore, at least not full time. So Johnson makes a lot of sense here. Or if they're just throwing smoke screen and they want to keep him on the edge, you take a guy like Nakobe Dean. I mean, that's great too. But
or Devin Lloyd.
Devin Lloyd
still
still
redundant. He's a little too redundant.
If you're the Cowboys, you can just take a kicker and it's fine. Just make me happy. I mean, Matt Araiza, that punter from, I think, Arizona State, man. I mean, that's great. You your pick on him. But this has to be where the Johnson slide ends. I would have lost a ton of money betting on him because I did not expect him to slide.
And everybody was saying he could go as early as 4 to the Jets. And Benjamin Albright said he would be surprised if the Jets did not get Jermaine Johnson because they loved him. Turns out that was all smoke.
Yeah. I mean, and we were thinking, the Steelers are so enamored with Willis that they're going to take Willis and they end up taking Pickett. I mean, this has been a really fun draft, man.
It's been as advertised, man. And who is having a better day than Eric DaCosta?
Nobody. Oh.
Yeah, he swindled the Cardinals on that one. Holy.
Cardinals are poverty franchise.
I mean,
apparently,
let's think about this for a second.
Yeah.
The Ravens basically got the same return for Hollywood Brown that the Eagles just got for AJ Brown.
Yeah.
And I'm not here knocking, the Eagles getting AJ Brown. I love how he went out and got AJ Brown. But just in, that kind of context, the Ravens get, pick 23 and use that to, gain another 4th round pick after trading down a couple spots. And you're not paying Hollywood Brown $25 million a year. I think we're all in agreement on that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Eric DaCosta, you get that. You get.
And you steal Kyle Hamilton.
You get Kyle Hamilton to fall to you to 14.
That's nuts. Oh. But,
I mean,
you know what, man? I'm betting on the Cowboys to mess up. I'm betting on them to mess up. They're gonna go somewhere here that's not gonna be Jermaine Johnson.
Tyler Linderbaum.
I mean,
maybe they go offensive line. Rebuild that offensive line. It's overdue.
Yeah, I mean, Zach Martin is getting old. I mean, he's going on his, I think, eighth or 9th year now.
Here we go.
They do have Connor McGovern, but Tyron Smith is getting old too.
Here we go. Tyler Smith from Tulsa. This is a long-term pick. This was one of the surprise picks we talked about earlier in the night. He's raw as sushi, but he's already physical in the run game. You can sit him for a year on the bench behind Tyron Smith and Terrence Steele and let him iron out that technique. And he could potentially replace Tyron Smith long term. NFL Todd McShay was reporting several days ago that teams thought he was highly teachable. So I actually like this pick for the Cowboys as a long-term investment.
Oh my God! And now Jermaine Johnson's gonna drop to Baltimore?
Oh my God!
Yes, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Eric DaCosta. Eric DaCosta.
Oh man!
He's the GOAT.
We seem to say this every year that The Ravens
It's more
just
true than ever this year, though.
the Ravens just happen to have good players just fall to them
Yeah.
every year in the draft. You know, death, taxes, Eric DeCosta stealing good players in the draft.
Yeah.
Man, I think bias aside, I do think this is kind of an L for the Cowboys. I think there is a lot better options right there for them, and I don't think a lineman in the first round that you're gonna have to sit for a year. I don't really think that's the greatest pick for you. As an Eagles fan, I am very happy. I don't like the pick here though. This is only the second one out of this first round that I haven't really liked the pick.
And I think the key question right now with Tyler Smith is he a tackle or is he a guard?
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
I think
but
he
I-
can play tackle.
But if he fails there, I think he could play guard too, and I think that's a key thing that the Cowboys like about him, and I think it's a reason why they probably took him over Bernard Raymond.
I just am glad that they passed on Johnson because I do not want to see that mess two times a year. The Ravens here, though, I mean, Johnson makes sense, but he's made sense for the last 10 picks.
Crazy.
Yes, and the Ravens always do the most sensible things. So I would be shocked out of my shoes if this isn't Jermaine Johnson. Because plus, Edge, I think, was the most glaring need on their roster. Like, who do they have outside of Odafe Oweh right now?
Yeah, I mean, Derek Wolfe is really past his prime. I mean,
And he's not an edge.
Calais Campbell's meant to be on the inside. Dalen Hayes has shown flashes that he's all right, but Johnson is just a generational talent. I think at this point, like to get at this, selection. Not that he's like a generational talent, but like for the 25th pick overall, to get a guy of that stature in that selection is just, man. The Ravens are winners, man.
They've already won this draft. Already give that award to Eric DeCosta. But the Cincinnati Bengals, the team you cover, Billy, they're coming up in just a little bit. What would you do at 31? Would you take Tyler Linderbaum? Would you take Andrew Booth Jr.? Or would you trade back? Because Peter King reported that the Bengals are very interested in trading back.
Yeah, I mean, I think the board is setting up pretty nicely for them. I think they still have a lot of good options. A couple of guys you mentioned. I'll even mention the guy that I threw in actually my final mock, which was Logan Hall, the defensive lineman out of Houston. I think he's a guy that, he's so versatile. You can play him, on the edge. You can play him at the 5. You can play him at the 3. You can play him just about anywhere. And I think he would be a guy that Lou Anarama would just drool over. So to get him at 31, you let him loose in the middle there on like pass rush situations. You have that, kind of three-headed monster in the middle with BJ Hill and DJ Reader. You let him, in a pass rush rotation with, Sam Hubbard and Trey Hendrickson. I think Logan Hall would just fit so well with what Cincinnati would want to do. Linderbaum obviously is another great possibility there. Andrew Booth still on the board. Kyler Gordon still on the board. I think there's a lot of ways that the Bengals can go. So it's actually, I wouldn't be surprised if they, trade back a little bit, especially if, these next couple picks kind of go, a certain way and some of these players are still on. So, yeah, I think the Bengals are in a really good position, whether they stay at 31 or whether they want to trade back a couple spots, especially to a team that might want to come up for, one of those quarterbacks, especially if Malik Willis continues to fall.
Oh, absolutely. And if a team wants a 5th-year option on Malik Willis, like the Lions, they could make another move up to get him.
They could, yeah. I mean, I'd have to look at the trade chart. I don't think it's like too much, probably not too much to move from, 46 to 31. So that could be a possibility. Seattle has the 2 second-round picks, so maybe Seattle can move one of those to Cincinnati to move up. Lot of options here. I think the Bengals are in a really good spot.
Yeah, I think they are as well. And the Ravens pick is it. Like I said, I'd be shocked if it isn't Jermaine Johnson. And assuming it is Jermaine Johnson, where do you think the Titans go next? I think Bernard Raymond actually might make sense for them, especially if they see Dylan Radins as a guard.
Yeah, I like Raymond a lot. I actually had him going to the Bengals at 31. I think he's a really good prospect there. I think Titans now need that. I mean, they shuffled up their receiver room a little bit now. Tannehill still needs to throw the ball. Obviously, Derrick Henry needs to run the ball, and it starts up front, and I think he's a good talent there. But unless Jermaine Johnson's available, because who knows at this point.
I think the Ravens are taking Jermaine Johnson. Unless he has an injury that's scaring everybody off.
Yeah, I don't understand the Johnson drop. There shouldn't be any character
Why would the
concern.
Ravens take Breece Hall here?
Oh,
Why
shit.
would
There's
they?
no way. I mean, even offensive line, if you have Raymond, but like Linderbaum is still there. I mean, I don't know.
Eric DeCosta, Doug Farrar, was at Eric DeCosta's press conference at the Combine, and he swore to God that Eric DeCosta was talking about Tyler Linderbaum without even mentioning his name.
Yeah, I mean, I could see him going. I mean, they
Here we
need a
go.
left guard, but
Here we go.
it's got to be Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah.
But it could be Linderbaum.
Here
I
we
mean,
go.
who knows? The first 10 picks were so easy to kind of nail, and
It's Tyler Linderbaum!
Oh my god.
Doug
There's your
Farrar is
Bradley.
the prophet.
There's your
Wow.
Bradley Bozeman replacement.
And the Ravens, who do they like drafting in the first round? Iowa interior offensive linemen. They did it with Marshall Yanda many moons ago. They do it again tonight with Tyler Linderbaum.
wow.
I still like this pick a lot. Do you?
So he doesn't fall as far as, a lot
It
of
has
us.
to be an injury with Jermaine Johnson. Just has to be.
Yeah, this is crazy. Because I don't really know if he makes sense for Tennessee. I don't really know if he makes
Tennessee's
sense.
pass rush was the best in the league last year.
Yeah.
But he was more suited out of a 4-3 front, not really a 3-4. He was a lot better when he was, in that 3-4 point stance firing off. They run a 3-4. I don't really know if he's going to be a good stand-up edge rusher. I mean, we kind of saw that happen with and I forgot what year it was, but Deion Jordan kind of got drafted into like the wrong scheme.
Jets traded.
Oh, the Jets are coming back up to pick 26 with the Titans.
Oh boy, I think they're targeting. They might be. No, they already took a wide receiver. I think this is for Jermaine Johnson.
This has to be.
for Jermaine
Dude, this
Johnson.
has to
To be.
be.
It's gotta be.
Oh my
gotta be.
goodness.
Like said, the Jets love Jermaine Johnson, and he would be shocked if they left him out of. They get him. So Joe Douglas pulls into second place on the night.
I think if it's Jermaine Johnson, I think he takes first place here. Honestly, If
Ahead of
Jermaine
Eric DeCosta.
I know, but I mean, if you're the Jets, I mean, you landed Sauce Gardner, you landed Garrett Wilson, and you're gonna get Jermaine Johnson. Like,
Wow.
wow. I mean, three solid guys spread out in the first round. Like, I know the Ravens are stockpiling those mid-round picks, but wow, I mean, that's got to be insane. And coming out of Ravens camp, doesn't look like a lot of the Ravens fans or Ravens players are very excited right now. Lamar Jackson, judging by his Twitter feed, is not very happy.
No, I just.
Lamar is not happy.
No,
Why isn't he?
because they got rid of Hollywood Brown, I guess. Maybe.
Hollywood, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably one of those
Get a
things
better
that, like,
receiver in the third round. It's no
yeah,
way.
I mean, that's
35th, 69th, 163. Titans, you did yourself good
Wow.
here because you absolutely blew it with that Julio Jones trade. You come back here and get an amazing three-person haul in this first round. Bravo, Joe Douglas. Joe Douglas showing his Ravens roots tonight.
man. Is Johnson the pick here? That's going to be
Yeah, if it's Jermaine Johnson, they get 3 top 10 players in this class,
Oh,
That's
arguably.
insane.
But Garrett Wilson, Sauce Gardner, and Jermaine Johnson. So Joe Douglas and Eric DaCosta are the winners tonight. And
Absolutely.
Joe Douglas learned from Eric DaCosta.
I mean, this makes the only person to trade up for at this point.
Absolutely.
There's no lineman worth trading up for currently. There's the secondary right now of what's available. You really wouldn't have needed to trade it up for. Johnson literally makes the only person that makes sense here.
Yeah, it's got to be Johnson. I mean, they were looking at it. If they were looking at him at 10 and he's still on the board now, it makes all the sense in the world for them to trade up for him.
And we talked about
And Tampa 27 is where I think we see the second safety go off the board, whether that be Daxil or Lewis Seen.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Or
that as
Devontae
well.
Wyatt. Definitely a defensive tackle, edge, or safety for the Bucks.
Yeah, because they needed help on the interior offensive line, but that's all
Covered
gone
there
now. Yeah, it's not there now. Green's gone. Zion Johnson's gone. Linderbaum's gone. So, yeah, I mean, they have pretty much anything that they can do right now. I think probably corner, but Booth is still available. Dax Hill's still there. I mean, if they think Bernard Raymond's better projected as a guard, I mean, he's in play.
Yeah, so that is a nice return for the Titans to move down 9 spots.
Yeah, that's great.
Drop down to 35 and pick up a third. Well, they effectively moved up from the back end of the third to the front of the third, and also got what looks like a 5th as well.
Man, these trades are just exploding. This is insane.
That's what we were hoping for with these.
There it is. Jermaine Johnson is a New York Jet after all.
There we go.
Man, I do not know how he slid down that far. That's just crazy.
Yeah, and Albert Breer just tweeted the Jets considered Johnson a 10. So this was
They
kind
did,
of a
and
no-brainer
I heard
here.
buzz that they were considering him at 4 too.
And I just Johnson's story is so great. I mean, a JUCO product. If I don't know if anybody's a fan of the
Netflix series.
yeah, I can't even remember what it's called. I'm blanking on it now. But I mean, he was prominently featured on there, and
He was.
you know, his backstory is just it's insanely crazy. And
Last Chance U, that's the name of the series.
Last Chance U, yeah. I mean, he was on that
We-
East Mississippi team, and you know, it was close to getting kicked off of that team, and just his massive turnaround. He's a great story.
We have another trade.
No,
the
Jaguars.
Jaguars have moved up.
Wow.
For who? What in the world is going on, man?
It has to be for Bernard Ryman here, because
I really-
after him, there's a major drop off at tackle. Yes, you signed Cam Robinson, but I just don't see how you can leave this draft without upgrading that offensive line.
I don't really think Ryman was that good to trade up for, though. I mean, I don't know. This is nuts.
Or they could be eyeing Kyler Gordon. And, no, they've made a lot of investments for him. Shaq Griffin, Darius Williams, Tyson Campbell from last year. Who could they be eyeing? No, they already took edge.
Ooh, I think
A wide receiver.
I think linebacker could be in play here too.
Oh yeah, they just lost. They just said goodbye to Miles Jack, and Mike Caldwell, their new DC, is a former off-ball backer himself.
I think Nakobe Dean makes a lot of sense here.
Oh yeah, the E Dilla on Twitter at E_Dilla, who has sources, and I mean sources of that Jaguars Billy, would say that the Jaguars were eyeing Quay Walker at 34 overall. I think this could be for Devin Lloyd.
Devin Lloyd, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Devin Lloyd or Nakobe Dean, but I like Devin Lloyd because he is a guy that will add a lot of multiplicity to that defense. You could put him at edge in some stats and kick Trayvon Walker inside at 3 tech. Mike Caldwell's going to want to move Trayvon Walker around. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah. And Prom, just a little salt in your wounds. The Jets' 3 first-round picks tonight are more than the Bears have had since 2017.
Well, the Broncos trading for Russell Wilson helps alleviate that. And the Bears trading for Justin Fields alleviates a little bit of that, too.
Yeah. Yeah, Daniel Jeremiah. Jets came with 3 of his top 9 players. That's man, dude.
Good job, Joe Douglas.
That's insane. I definitely think that they probably leapfrogged the Ravens tonight, but they're probably 1A and 1B at this point.
Yeah, the trades have been just as advertised, man.
Definitely did not expect this many trades, especially towards the back end right here.
Well, some people were saying look for movement for a quarterback.
Well, Jaguars don't need a quarterback, so I
They
don't know
do not. But Devin Lloyd makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I think it's got to be linebacker here.
Because the Patriots were linked to Lloyd. Looks like they could be leapfrogging the Patriots for Lloyd.
No, I think if that happens, I think the Patriots probably trade out again.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Jaguars sent 33, 106, and 180 to Tampa for 27.
That's not bad at all.
What was that compensation again, Billy?
33, 106, and 180.
Yeah. It's better to trade down than trade back in this. I mean, better to trade back than trade up in this draft.
Yeah. There's just so much positional value in this fourth round.
Oh my God, there is, and I think even though we might not see big name trades like AJ Brown and Hollywood Brown tonight, I think the trade market's going to be just as robust tomorrow. Wouldn't you say so?
I mean, you still obviously have the possibility of some of these quarterbacks. I mean, Baker Mayfield's still out there. That's always a possibility. So
it's got to be Devin Lloyd here.
Yeah.
And if it's Devin Lloyd, like, kudos to the Jaguars for actively working to turn their organization around. They need to leave that Urban Meyer era in the dust.
Absolutely. Devin Lloyd, he has received praise for his leadership of that Utah team because after like 2 of its members were lost to gun violence, and if he is the pick here, NFL Network's going to do a tribute. All the networks are going to do a tribute to him, talking about that. And I would like to pause and listen to that if you all don't mind, if he is indeed the pick here.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, because they need culture guys.
Yeah,
more than anything, and Devin Lloyd screams culture guy.
Yeah, after that fiasco last year, that's definitely what they need. Yeah, if it's not Lloyd, I'm going to be very surprised. I'm not really sure who else fits right here.
Yeah, so aside from the Jets and the Ravens, who had good nights, and aside from the Cardinals, who had bad nights tonight?
Obviously, Jets and Ravens. I still think the Giants had a great day. Grabbing Thibodeau, getting Evan Neal. I think they had a great game or great day. I would even say probably the Saints had a good time too. Chris Olave and then Trevor Penning. Bad. As far as bad goes, though, I'm not really sure. I do think maybe I still think probably the Steelers because I don't like Pickett. I don't like the fit there at quarterback. But there really hasn't been anybody else that's had a bad day other than Arizona.
Other winners, yeah, I agree with the Giants. They're definitely one of the other winners of the night. You really can't say any team had a bad night outside the Cardinals. I agree, but I do really like what the Chargers did with Zion Johnson. Yes, right tackle is still going to be a problem this year, but you now have 4 spots out of 5 out of that offensive line settled, and that is big.
Mm-hmm. I think even too, like you could look at the Lions. I mean, getting Hutchinson and then getting Jameson Williams. I think they had a good draft too. They didn't really give up too much,
and they didn't give up too much for Williams. Yeah.
I'd say the Packers might slightly be one of the losers right now, just because they missed on the receiver.
It is Devin Lloyd. Devin Lloyd of the Jaguars at 27.
That had to be the pick. Yeah, I think that had to be the pick. I think it's a great pick right there on their defense. They need, a solid locker room guy, because they don't really have a leader on that defensive side of the ball right now. There's none of those, grizzled veterans that can take on that role. So I think they kind of need somebody, and I think Lloyd's going to instantly be the leader of that defense.
Definitely, and like I said, Devin Lloyd is Micah Parsons light. He can line up at edge too in certain packages, and that is another way you could really play to Trayvon Walker's strengths is by kicking him inside on those third and longs and getting him mismatches against guards, and he would absolutely annihilate most of the guards in the NFL. Don't you think so, Billy?
Yeah, I totally agree. Really like the Jags. Really like Devin Lloyd here. Just you talk about a linebacker with just so much range. It's just so fun to just see how athletic and how much of the field Devin Lloyd can cover here. And so you pair that with the projection that you hope to see with Trayvon Walker. I think this is going to be a really fascinating defense to watch now with these two guys here.
Yeah, and not sure what the Patriots board looks like, but Andrew, you brought up a good point. This can make Belichick want to trade down again because if the Patriots had a lot of love for Lloyd, as the Jaguars move suggests they did, they could be eyeing a trade back with another quarterback needy team looking to trade up to get Malik Willis or Matt Corral.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think especially depending on what Green Bay does here. Because Green Bay could go a number of ways. I mean,
George Pickens is the wide receiver. The other wide receiver they liked outside the ones that went before them. But another guy they really love, George Karlaftis out of Purdue.
Yeah, we haven't talked about him at all.
Yes, Karlaftis. Todd McShay said that he was getting kids that he would be available in the second round. And if the Packers don't take him here, he'll definitely fall off because back in November, even Dane Brugler was saying that a lot of teams were dissing on Karlaftis because he didn't have the ideal length or freakish athleticism.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him play. I actually coached a guy that that played at Purdue and is probably going to be a late round draft pick.
What's his name?
Xander Horvath, actually.
Repeat that name again.
Xander Horvath. He's a running back, fullback hybrid. But I coached him when I was coaching high school football at one of the local high schools around here. But I've seen Karlaftis play, and I think a lot of scouts said he didn't really have a great motor, which I don't really agree with. But again, the Packers run that type of defense where they're in that 3-4, and I don't think Karlaftis is. I think he's better suited, hand in the dirt. But I don't think he's big enough to play that 3-4 defensive end. Another guy that I look at is do they go BPA and do they take Devontae Wyatt?
Yeah, Devontae Wyatt would make a lot of sense here to put in that middle defense, or Travis Jones from UConn, or Logan Hall even at that interior position.
But I mean, or do you just humor Aaron Rodgers and take George Pickens here? I don't think Pickens is the right pick.
But Pickett's character red flags raised alarms. Or don't sleep on Christian Watson here.
Mm-hmm.
Do not. Yeah. Because the way it was Jim Nagy, the Senior Bowl director, saying when he was cherry picking what Matt LaFleur said at the owners' meetings. He says, we want a guy who could take the top off the defense. And he immediately thought of Christian Watson.
Yeah, because, I mean, you have the receiving core. You're going to have Sammy Watkins for week 1, and then he's going to disappear. You got a 90-year-old Randall Cobb, and then you have Allen Lazard. You need something else there.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely like that Devin Lloyd pick for the Jacksville Jaguars. And they're going to get dissed on for passing on Aiden Hutchinson and Kayvon Thibodeau for Trayvon Walker. But I think having him and Devin Lloyd tonight definitely improves the appearance of that draft for me. What do you guys think? Billy,
I like Lloyd.
What do you think? Do you think the pick of Devin Lloyd to go along with Trayvon Walker improves the Jaguars' initial grade?
Yeah, like I said, I'm really fascinated now by what this Jags defense is going to look like. Like we mentioned before, Miles Jack is gone, so you kind of needed somebody in the middle of that defense. And like I said, this is a guy that has a lot of sideline to sideline ability, so I think he can kind of really handle himself against, especially in this division, which doesn't have which has some really interesting offenses outside of Jacksonville. So I'm fascinated with how this is going to grow. And we've obviously talked about how Trayvon is kind of a projection, but I think if there's a team that can afford the time to go through that projection, it is Jacksonville. So, yeah, the way this puzzle is going to kind of come together, I think it's going to be fascinating to watch.
Yes, yeah, especially on that defense. And it looks like Andrew Whitworth, now retired, will be leading the pick for the Packers for some reason.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all. Like, not sure why he's reading for the Packers, but I don't know why he's not reading for the Bengals. But interesting.
I love Big Wit a lot, but please.
Yeah, they need to save these for like the second, third round.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna go Wyatt here.
Wide receiver, the newspaper headlines tomorrow are going to be butchering Gutekunst if he doesn't go receiver here.
No, I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to go with Devontae.
Devontae Wyatt is much better value here for sure. There are several defensive players that would be better value. Karloff is one of them too.
Yeah. Can we get to the pick? Goodness.
Here we go. Finally. You called it again, Weidman. Coach Weidman, you are a psychic tonight, man. How did you know about all this?
I mean, why would they make Aaron Rodgers happy?
The Packers only care about playing the long game. That is how they operate.
Exactly. And I just didn't think, there's not a lot of great receiver talent for this spot. Pickens, I don't think, like you said, his character concerns caused him to fall. And I just think that this made the most sense. I think Wyatt was a top 15 talent, top 20 talent, and to get him at 28, I think was a steal. They're going to probably be,
absolutely.
we're going to see how they, react to not getting a receiver again. But there's plenty of receivers that you can get in the mid rounds that are going to be fine.
Yeah. What do you think, Billy and Hal? What do you think about this pick of Devontae Wyatt for the Packers, bypassing receiver yet again?
Well, I will give myself a little pat on the back. I did nail at least this pick in my final mock. The Packers just needed somebody to kind of help stop the run because they were one of the worst rush defenses in the NFL. So they really needed somebody there with Kenny Clark to kind of, plug up the middle of the defense there. So I really think Devontae Wyatt fits well here. So, really doing all they can to improve that rush defense. And, you can't hail on the fact that they took 2 Georgia defenders here in the first round. So, yeah, no first-round wide receiver again. But I think, a solid fallback option with Quay Walker and Devontae Wyatt here.
Yeah, I mean, I like Wyatt here. There's cornerbacks to be had later in the draft. I don't think they have to reach for somebody here just to keep Aaron Rodgers happy. So, yeah, Wyatt's a good fit. He's going to slide in on that line. And like I've been saying all night, you can't go wrong with a Georgia, anybody on defense.
Yeah.
The Patriots have turned their pick in. They could go a lot of ways here.
You know what? I'm being very bold right now. In this first round, we have not had a what? Like, this player shouldn't have went first round. Bill Belichick, when he drafts, I feel like we're always surprised as to who he takes when he actually picks, because he usually trades everything that he has. But I think we're going to get the first, what the heck, pick right here. I mean, it would make sense for the Patriots to do it right here. I mean, they need just about everything. I don't really think they have a slam dunk pick right now that they can take. So I think they're going to go a little crazy here, take somebody probably defensively, maybe. Maybe they're going to reach on a corner. But I think it's going to be a reach pick here that we think is a reach, but ultimately, nobody down.
Yeah, Belichick thinks outside the box. I wouldn't be shocked out of my shoes if it's Nakobe Dean, though.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Nakobe Dean. I mean, it could be
George Karlaftis.
I mean, maybe Pickens.
Kyler Gordon or Andrew Booth Jr.
I'm trying to think of offensive linemen that are still available too that he could grab.
Raymond.
Raymond's there. I think.
But if he wants to stay bold and if he needs a center, Cam Jurgens from Nebraska.
Yeah, Jurgens. That's another good option. And then there's one of the small schools. I can't remember what school. I'm blanking on his name, but I will try to remember it. I think from Chattanooga. Maybe that's the. I'm gonna have to look it up about who I'm thinking about.
You're talking Chattanooga. That's Cole Strange.
Cole Strange. Okay. Yep. That's exactly it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
that's a strange pick for 29.
Or another guard with tackle versatility that's been climbing up boards, Luke Gadecki from Central Michigan.
Yeah.
Bernard Raymond's teammate.
The Patriots' offensive line, I mean, it's pretty beat up right now.
Yeah, definitely. Bill Belichick, what do you got for us? Outside of the Jermaine Johnson fall, what surprised you tonight?
I still think Hamilton's fall kind of surprised me a little bit. I definitely thought he was going a lot sooner. And I think that the run that we had on wide receivers, starting off with the 3 in a row, and then we get a Jahan Dotson pick, we get a Treylon Burks pick. Maybe we're not done yet. But I think And I think just the value on trades for some of these teams, I think, was very surprising, especially with how like the Ravens were so shifty and moving. The Jets, picking up extra picks, giving away extra picks. Like there was a lot to be surprised about, I think.
Definitely. And the Patriots here, another name, Boye Mafe. Line him opposite Matt Judon. You get a killer pass rush to go after Josh Allen.
I mean, even Ojabo right here, David Ojabo. Like
he might not play this year, but if you think he's going to fully recover by next year, do it. Play
Oh yeah, because I mean, when he was healthy before all that happened, he was probably the second best edge rusher.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Cole Strange. Oh my God. We kind of had it equally. He was eyeing as one of those interior offensive linemen. Cole Strange it is.
Oh, I'm playing the lottery tomorrow, boys.
Oh my God.
I had the Patriots drafting Strange in the 3rd round, mind you, not the 1st round. This is
leave it to Belichick though, man. Like,
well, I mean, he better be Joe Tooney Jr. because
yeah, he was getting buzzed in the very early 2nd.
Yep, and
so this is very close to where he was going to go.
Yeah.
Guy disappointed this pick is new Bears GM Ryan Poles. I think the Bears had the hots for him.
Oh yeah, I think
this a little better. All right.
What's crazy now is
now I think it's Boye Mafe time with the Chiefs, based on all we heard out of them and Mafe about them and Mafe. Don't you think so, Billy? It's Boye Mafe here to the Chiefs. If it's not a receiver, it's Boye Mafe.
It's got to be
we know the Chiefs definitely needed
help.
pass rush help. Yeah, so
could be Karlaftis still too.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think the Chiefs want more athleticism. And Ben Albright reported yesterday if the Pack didn't take Karlaftis at 28, he would slide out of the 1st.
I think what's crazy too is I don't think we're going to get another quarterback picked here unless we get a trade too. So only one quarterback.
The league thought of this quarterback class the right way. Let's just say
man, that's terrible. Yeah, I think it's
George Karlaftis. It's not Boye Mafe. It is George Karlaftis. Oh my goodness. Oh God. A lot of lies were told this year. A lot.
See, I don't listen to all that, man. I just go by like who's the better prospect and who looks like they're the better fit. I mean, I think that's the way you got to do it. So much smokescreen is thrown around. I think he's a lot better of an athlete than Mafe is.
Yeah. What? Mafe's a freak.
Yeah.
Karlaftis is the Greek freak. So
but Karlaftis he's definitely more polished now.
Yeah.
And I like Karlaftis a lot. This is a very good pick. I'm just shocked it wasn't the edge rusher I thought it was.
I mean, you talk about a kid that has freakish lower body power. I mean, I keep thinking back to, when I got a chance to talk to him at the Combine, and he talked about his water polo training and some of the intense training
he was on a national water polo team in Greece.
Yeah.
Holding a chair above his head while treading water. So this kid's done some freaky stuff to build himself up. But it's interesting because I know Karlaftis really seemed to be one of those guys that there was quite a gap in opinions on him, especially in draft Twitter. It seems like a lot, there were some people that really were high on him, maybe top 10, top 15 high. And then there were just some that just didn't really see it with Karlaftis. And I know, you could say that about a lot of prospects, but it really felt like one of the biggest differences in opinions among some of these top prospects was George Karlaftis. So I'm going to be really interested to see what he does here. But I think he lands in a good position here with the Chiefs. Really excited to see what Steve Spagnuolo is going to do with him.
Absolutely. He and plus this is likely the last year of Frank Clark, and Karlaftis makes a lot of sense. And not only that, when Andy Reid was still in Philly, they drafted somebody named Brandon Graham, who wasn't necessarily the flashiest athlete, but he was as dependable as they come year in and year out, especially by making that play against Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. And Karlaftis is that same basic kind of player. He might not get a lot of sacks consistently, but he will constantly disrupt the quarterback, and disruption is production in today's NFL. And that's exactly why this pick makes even more sense for the Kansas City Chiefs. Andy Reid probably saw Brandon Graham too in him.
Yeah. Well, it's great. Well, now I'm looking at the Bengals, and I mean, Billy, obviously you know them a lot better than me, but like, what do you think about the prospect of maybe Dax Hill here?
Yeah, they're definitely going to be looking safety at some point here because
Or Lewis Seen.
or Lewis Seen, you know, they need to at least have insurance for Jesse Bates. You know, he's only on the franchise tag, and it seems like there's going to be a little bit of, you know, trying to think of the right word here, but you know, friction maybe, I guess we'll say, between the Bengals and Jesse Bates. So at the very least, you have a potential replacement for Jesse Bates if he leaves after this season. You know, if they're fortunate enough to be able to keep Jesse Bates, then, you know, you get a safety to work opposite Jesse Bates and replace Von Bell. So safety absolutely is in play here.
I just think, given looking at the draft board right now, I don't really see anybody else that really makes sense for them.
Outside of those safeties, Kyler Gordon, if they want to go corner.
Yeah, Gordon. I mentioned.
Yeah,
Logan
the offensive
Hall.
line coverage bare right now. Can't go there. Logan Hall, as you mentioned earlier, Billy, would make a lot of sense here. Or Travis Jones out of UConn. You want to get that replacement for Larry Ogunjobi. You have DJ Reader and BJ Hill, but none of them bring the same skill set as Ogunjobi did. If you want that pure interior penetrator, you got to go with Logan Hall or Travis Jones.
Yeah, I just think they're in such a good position to take BPA. I mean, maybe Nakobe Dean here, maybe.
No, they got Logan Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, you could take a flyer on Ojabo as well. I mean, just looking at BPA, I think Dax Hill is probably the best guy left.
Dax Hill or Lewis Steen, absolutely. And that Jesse Bates research is huge because the Bengals might not be willing to pay what Jesse Bates wants, and he is on the franchise tag. And if you want to prepare for the possibility of losing Jesse Bates, this is the time to do it.
Especially when, you know, come next offseason, you're already going to start thinking about, you know, the big extension, the big money for one Joe Burrow, because he's already going to be 3 years in, so he'll be eligible for that extension, and you know they're going to have to shell out the money for him, and then the year after that they're going to have to pay Jamar Chase. So the money's coming, and it's going to be on the offensive side of the ball for now. So where's the money going to go on defense? Are they going to have the money for Jesse Bates? So, you know, they're in an interesting position, especially in the secondary. You know, even outside the safety, you know, what do they do with the quarterback position? You know, they have to get competition at some point too for, you know, Eli Apple and Chidobe Awuzie. You know, and Mike Hilton's not going to be there forever. So this is a fascinating spot, I think, for the Bengals. Yes,
it absolutely is. And looking at the Vikings at 32, assuming they keep that pick. You extended Kirk Cousins for another year. No. I was kind of trying to talk myself into the idea of them having Malik Willis to sit behind Cousins for a couple of years.
Yeah.
That wouldn't necessarily be the worst idea, but if you really believe in Cousins, like you've been saying in public, you have to do something to either help him or upgrade that defense with another corner or safety or something.
Yeah, I think Lewis Seen is probably a great pick there. just because, I mean, Harrison Smith is great, but he's going into his 11th season. I think Cameron Bynum is projected as their other starting safety. So I think Lewis Cine makes a ton of sense for Minnesota at 32.
Yeah, you got to have a long-term Harrison Smith replacement.
Because I think they're set at linebacker. I don't really think Nakobe Dean's are going to be a selection there.
There's the Bengals pick, Billy. Daxton Hill, it is. Great pick by the Bengals. Love this pick. Not only is he a safety, he can play corner in a pinch. Honey Badger 2.0.
Yeah, if you weren't able to get if you were looking at the safety position, you couldn't get Kyle Hamilton. Daxton Hill definitely a really good fallback option. I don't think they could have went wrong either way, whether they wanted Hill or whether they wanted Lewis Cine. But like you said, this guy lines up anywhere. He could play safety, he could play the nickel, he could play kind of wherever, he could play outside. So like we talked about with Logan Hall and that versatility, I think you're going to get the same type of deal here with Daxton Hill. So I think I think they're this is one of those kind of we're just not used to this. I think with the Bengals too. Like talking about one of these picks is like, yeah, we're these are the players that we think are going to help kind of push us over that hill, try to get us back to the Super Bowl. But I think Daxton Hill can certainly be a key cog now in that secondary. You needed some youth there, kind of all over, especially on the outside, and they just needed competition at the corner spots too, as well as that insurance, like I talked about earlier, at the safety position. So I think this is a really, really good call here for the Bengals. So well done here.
Absolutely.
Well done, Zach Taylor. Well done, Duke Tobin.
Amen. And the Vikings, we mentioned that Lewis Cine would make a lot of sense. What about Andrew Booth or Kyler Gordon? They need a corner.
Yeah, I just think Lewis Cine makes the most sense. I didn't think we would have 3 safeties selected in the first round, but given where the Vikings are, and it's kind of crazy when we talk about if they were high on Kyle Hamilton. I mean, they clearly traded back when they had Hamilton there. So maybe they aren't as high on him, but maybe they're high on Lewis Cine and they traded back to get him in a perfect spot. I'm not really sure where they're going to go with this. It's probably going to be Cine, but I don't really see any positional value other than, like you said, maybe if they don't believe in Kirk, they take Malik Willis.
Or they go Boye Mafe. Edge is outside of Daniel Hunter is a sneaky need. Plus, Daniel Hunter hasn't been healthy the past couple seasons.
Yeah, I mean, they can do a multitude of things here because I think they're pretty close to being, a playoff team again. As long as Cook stays healthy this year, Zadarius Smith. I mean, if he can stay healthy, they're still a couple pieces away, and I think Mafe makes them better, and I think Lewis Cine makes them a lot better.
Absolutely. Yep, the Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah made a statement tonight with that trade back. Like, I am an analytics guy. I'm all kind of like Rick Spielman. I'm always going to take more bites at the apple when needed, if not even more so than Rick Spielman.
And just in general, they're in a good position too, because now they'll also be sitting here with the second pick of round 2, so they'll be able to kind of sit back, reset their board, and really kind of figure out what the best direction is. The best direction is for them. So having 2 of these next 3 picks here with a team that has kind of been in purgatory, but still kind of feels they can be in in playoff contention. So I think tomorrow's going to be tomorrow's going to be really interesting. You got a high pick in the second round. You have a high pick now in the third round. So I think the Vikings are going to be interesting to watch tomorrow.
They most certainly are.
And there's still going to be some good corners on the board here as well. Even if they don't take one here, if they want to wait and see if a guy like because even if they don't take one here, then and they want to go corner, that would mean they're assured of at the very least one of Andrew Booth or Kyler Gordon being there on the board for them at 34. So they they'll kind of have their pick of the litter here a little bit when they get to that second pick of the second round.
Yeah. Yes. And just to track for 1 second, a friend of mine just tweeted on Twitter, George Karlaftis was born to eat Kansas City barbecue. He was.
Yeah.
He's beefy. You know what I mean? Lewis Seed it is. Ooh, we called our shots tonight, man, especially you, Coach Weidman. Lewis Seed to take care, like perfect long-term replacement for Harrison Smith.
Yeah, that's a great pick for them. I still think Harrison Smith, I think he still has a couple of years of really solid, Pro Bowl caliber play, but he's entering his 11th season. You got to find that replacement. And I don't think Cameron Bynum didn't really show enough last year to show that he can be that free safety of the future. And, I think that I think Hal's mentioned it quite a few times tonight. You can't go wrong with drafting anybody from Georgia on defense.
Amen.
Definitely. Amen. Indeed.
You can't go wrong. And I think it's a great pick.
Yeah, so guys, that does it for the wildest first round in NFL history. I do not think we'll ever see anything like what we saw tonight again, but we will be back tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 4:30 p.m. Mountain Time, 3:30 p.m. Pacific Time, you name it, and to cover what should be another fun day, round 2 and 3, a lot of good names still left on the board, opportunities for every team to get better, even teams like the Rams and the Raiders who are devoid of picks this year. They are going to have the opportunity to draft somebody very, very well given the names that are still available. Don't you think so?
Yeah, there's still so many good players left. You got Pickens, Logan Hall, Skye Moore, N'Kobe Dean, Christian Watson. There's still so many names that are going to get called tomorrow. Malik Willis, potentially. There's just so many people. Desmond Ridder is probably going second round. Maybe Sam Howell. You're going to see probably 3 quarterbacks taken next round at least. When's the first running back going to come off the board? And who's it going to be? There is going to be so much action to happen in the second, third round.
Yeah, definitely. And Hal and I will be back tomorrow, to be accurate. Billy, unfortunately, is busy with things at the Bengals wear, so he will not be able to join us tomorrow. Will you be able to join us tomorrow, Coach?
Maybe not right at the start, but I might potentially be able to pop in.
Sounds like a
I'll make a Billy entrance.
That's
right.
Absolutely. So I think we're going to wrap things up right now. Just give a brief summary of the night, starting with you, Coach Weidman.
I think the first 10 picks that we had were very, very, for the most part, predictable. I hit on 9 out of 10 of them. And then everything hit the fan at pick 11 when we saw 3 trades in a row. And Jermaine Johnson slipped. And I think we just saw, how outside of the quarterback class, how deep this draft actually was. The amount of trades that we saw, the amount of and there wasn't really, the only real boneheaded move was Arizona.
Yeah.
I'm shocked that we didn't really see. I guess maybe the Patriots taking a third round talent in the first round is probably boneheaded, but for Bill Belichick, it doesn't surprise me. But I think it was so predictable at the first 10 picks, and then after that, you were just kind of thinking really hard about who was going to get taken. And I think we saw a lot of teams get great return, and I think there was more teams that had a good draft, and then more teams that had a bad draft.
Definitely, I would agree with the vast majority of what you said, Andrew. What about you, Hal?
For me, I got to say, New York, stealing the show.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants, 2 home runs on their picks. Thibodeau, Neal, I thought that was great. The Jets got the number 1 cornerback, number 1 wide receiver, and then moved back up again to get Jermaine Johnson, which was a fantastic move. So yeah, it was a great day to be for New York, and the trade chaos and cascading wide receivers, everything played out just like we all hoped it would, and we got a fantastic first day of the draft.
What about you, Billy?
When we started this whole off season and we, really started kind of digging into these quarterbacks, and we started wondering like what was going to go on with these quarterbacks, and then we get into free agency and all the big trades, Carson Wentz getting traded, Matt Ryan, all this stuff, even the buzz on Mitch Trubisky at the combine, and we started thinking, wow, is this what the league thinks of these incoming rookie quarterbacks? I think tonight proved that one quarterback, and it wasn't until pick number 20 that quarterback was taken. So this quarterback class is what we thought it was going to be.
Yeah. And he shouldn't have been taken at 20 either.
That is exactly why the Broncos traded for Russell Wilson. That is exactly why the Browns traded for Deshaun Watson. Nobody liked this quarterback class. And I mean, nobody. And the Steelers took the safer option for a reason, because they can at least expect a Kirk Cousins type of career for Kenny Pickett, and I'm not the biggest fan of Kirk Cousins per se, but because he's not really a franchise quarterback, but he can help the right team maintain their competitiveness and potentially make a deep playoff run as long as he doesn't screw it up. The Steelers are an even better infrastructure for Kenny Pickett to achieve what Kirk Cousins has not achieved for the Minnesota Vikings. So that is, and trades, man. They were saying, some people were saying we were not going to get a lot of trade tonight. Others were saying yes. Those who said yes were dead on. We're not going to see anything like this. How often do we see a big name player and another player at wide receivers get traded for first round picks in the same round on the same night? We're not going to see that again. I'm willing to bet you we're not going to see that again. But we could come close to that again, because this is the new NFL, the wheeling and dealing NFL. It's been the highlight of this season, and it continued tonight. And I only expect the wheeling and dealing to continue tomorrow, given who's left. Don't you?
Yeah, I think you're getting into the meat and potatoes of this draft, and I think this is where we're kind of into the sweet spot. I think a little bit too. Or at least that's what a lot of people have been feeling is kind of the sweet spot in this draft, is kind of where we're at now, late first round, early second round, and, kind of going through the second and even into the third. This is where kind of, a lot of these solid depth type players are going to be. So, yeah, how are these teams going to attack? Like the other said, where's, these remaining quarterbacks, where are they going to go? When's the first running back going to go? And obviously the teams that we didn't really talk about today, like the Rams, the Dolphins, the Raiders. Excited to see them come into play. And then, yeah, I think one more interesting question is, where does Matt Ariza go?
The punt guy.
Yeah, the big
Cowboys taking
punter
the
that's
second
getting all
round.
the buzz.
I think it's more likely Belichick takes him in the second round.
Yeah.
Jason Light did draft Roberto Aguayo in the second round, and he's a Belichick disciple, so never say never.
You never know.
There you go.
Never know indeed. So that does it for our round one live stream. Once again, we will be back tomorrow at 5:30 Central Time, 4:30 Mountain Time, 3:30 Pacific, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Tomorrow night, Hal and I, we will be joined subsequently by Mark Schofield, by Carl Dumler of Mile High Huddle, by Jacob Infante of the Draft Wire and Windy City Gridiron, and potentially by Coach Weidman and other guests as well. Thank you so much for those of you who tuned in to our live stream on this extra fun first round, and we hope to see you again tomorrow night. So for Coach Andrew Weidman, for Hal Bent, for Billy Rossetti, I'm David Cromwell saying so long. Stay awesome, stay safe, stay sane, and Slava Ukraini, glory to Ukraine.